Hi, Deacon here. This episode of Drunk Fandom runs a little bit long. I think just over 4 hours. Also, there is a bit of a rumble at the beginning. That is Gideon and Bat's AC running in the background. It was a bit of a warmer night whenever this was recorded. Just to give you a heads up before things actually start. Anyway, I will see you guys next episode. Bye.
Ever have that one friend who loves something you know nothing about? Something you wish they could explain better? Well, this isn't that show. Welcome to Drunk Fandom, the show where we have a drunk person explain something they love to a sober friend who is clueless.
Drunk Fandom contains swears and other not safe for work content. Viewer and listener discretion is advised. The Fierce Ferrets do not condone excessive drinking, but if you do, please drink responsibly. Enjoy the show!
Alright guys, welcome to Drunk Fandom, Episode 8, Marble Hornets. It's BATCLAM here, interviewing the wonderful WombatBaron. I'm really excited to learn all about Marble Hornets. I don't know anything about it. Wombat, what are you drinking tonight?
I drank a couple things. I finished my Riesling from last time.
Woo!
Yes, don't want to let that go to waste.
No.
And I also drank, let's see, Angry Orchard Rosé, which is really great, and I highly recommend all of Angry Orchard. And my go-to drink, vodka, with Pepsi, apparently.
Oh, vodka.
That's a new thing.
Whose go-to drink aren't you?
I know, I love vodka. I love it so much.
So, why don't you tell me what is it about Marble Hornets you love so much? Why are we going over that?
Okay, so, the thing I love about Marble Hornets is, I got into Marble Hornets around the time that I first started getting into horror at all. It was the first found footage thing I had ever seen, and it made me fall in love with the style. But I remember, one of the entries, and I'll talk about it more in depth, obviously, when it gets to it, but there was one entry in particular that just freaked me out the first time I saw it, and I love it so much. It's one of my two all-time favorite entries of the whole thing, and it was just one of those things where I thought it was so smart, and then years later, I found out that there was actually, an even bigger thing with it, and it's just, Marble Hornets definitely does have its flaws, but I feel like, overall, it's just so beautifully done that it's honestly, forget about, horror, forget about web series, whatever the case may be, Marble Hornets is just one of my favorite things ever. And, this bracelet I'm wearing is, a Marble Hornets thing.
Oh, does anyone in Marble Hornets have a PhD? Is your shirt also?
Oh, no. I wish it was. This is a different joke altogether. But
we'll have to go through that another time.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
All I know about Marble Hornets is it's based off Slender Man.
Mm-hmm.
It was a big ARG hit. It was a huge thing in that regards.
Mm-hmm.
And the spooks. You tried showing to me one time, but the whole problem was, so, quick backstory, I constantly am working, and Marble Hornets, what I learned really quickly is it's one of those things where you cannot work or do anything else while you're watching it, because there's tons of text and things you have to pick up, so I never got to watch it, and that's why we're doing this, basically.
Yeah, I mean, no joke, I've seen this series a whole bunch of times. There are times where I just get bored and I just marathon it over again. Mm-hmm. And I've seen it so many times, and even this just past time that I watched it again as a refresher before doing this, there were things I never realized were there before. So it is one of those things that you do have to pay attention to.
Definitely.
For sure.
Excuse me.
So, like you mentioned, it's, okay, so this is a Slender Man series. but it's not like, I feel like a lot of times, especially because Slender Man is kind of like this overdone thing now, people that aren't familiar with Marble Hornets might be like, oh god, it's a Slender Man
Wait.
thing.
Is Slender Man being overdone now, or was it
no,
overdone?
no, that's what I was gonna say. Like, Slender Man now, there's so many different Slender Man series. Some of them are very
Really?
good. Yeah.
I thought the Slender Man hype, like, calmed down by now,
No, I mean, well, that's the thing. It's like after, like, Marble Hornets, I'll get into that in a second,
That's
but
fine.
like, but yeah, like, nowadays, like, if I recall correctly, there are still some series that are, that do something with the Slender Man. For example, there's this series that, I started watching that hasn't really updated that much recently, but it's called Carrot and Garden. And I love it, but
Oh,
like,
yeah, I
it's,
heard about that
yeah,
one,
like, it's
with the
it-
nails.
Yeah, like, it's very clever. I really like it.
Yeah.
But, like, that's the Slender Man series. I feel like the popularity has died down a little bit, but, the thing that was so, like, I don't want to say, like, oh, it was important, but it kind of was in the grand scheme of, like, all of the Slender Man stuff. The thing that was so great and important about Marble Hornets was that, like, okay, I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
That's okay.
So, in order to really explain, like, understand Marble Hornets and why it
Yeah.
became a thing in the first place, for a tiny, tiny bit of backstory for anybody that doesn't know where the character of Slender Man came from, there's this website called Something Awful, and it's like a web forum. And every year, they do this Photoshop contest where you basically have to come up with some kind of paranormal thing and do this thing in Photoshop and make a story around it. And this guy, I apologize, I totally forgot what the guy's name was, but he created this character, this very tall man with very long arms and legs, with no face, in a suit, and the background of these pictures of kids at a playground. And the whole thing was that, you know, like, kids started going missing, and it was kind of like this, like, that was kind of the thing with it. And if I recall correctly, it won the contest that year.
Oh, nice.
But it was such a great original idea that a lot of people took to it, and there was a lot of, like, audio files and stuff of people who, like, supposedly ran into the Slender Man and everything like that. The reason why Marble Hornets is so important is that it was the first one to actually be a video series.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me. Wow. So, like, yeah.
Do your drinking.
Yes. I got in a few without saying excuse me before, so I could get the barbarian out of me before we started.
We forgive you.
But yeah, so Marble Hornets was the very first Slenderman related thing that was a video series. And nowadays, like, you have a bunch of stuff, like, you know, two of the ones that cropped up afterwards were, like, Tribe 12 and Everyman Hybrid. Still have not checked out Tribe 12, but Everyman Hybrid is, like, really, really good, and not just Slenderman. So, you have, like, a bunch of stuff that came because of Marble Hornets.
Right.
But yeah, Marble Hornets was the first one to do any sort of video-related stuff. Before it was just text-based and audio. So, so a bit, like a tiny funny bit of trivia, the whole reason why this series existed in the first place is because Troy Wagner, who plays Jay in the series, he impulse bought a camera and then needed something to do with it, so he and
I think I heard that story.
Yeah, so he and his friends were like, alright, let's do this. And they made this series. But yeah, so if you hear me say the operator, I'm not going to say Slenderman. The only time you'll hear me refer to Slender at all is if I say Slender Sickness, because that's just the term that was used to describe, like, the
Well, I mean,
illness.
So
that,
if the
like,
operator is Slender Man,
Yeah.
operator sickness definitely doesn't sound real.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Slender sickness actually kind of sounds real.
Yeah, so,
But that's great. I'm so glad diseases are involved. That's
yes.
wonderful.
So, like, so if you hear me say operator, like, that's...
It's Slenderman.
Yeah, like, that's the name that they gave to him in this.
Interesting name.
Yeah.
Interesting word choice.
So there are two reasons, actually, why they picked that. Number one, I didn't know this at the time, but, like, they actually couldn't legally use the term Slenderman. Apparently that was, like, a copywritten thing, and they couldn't
Yeah, I believe
use
it. You know, superheroes copyrighted.
Yeah,
I
actually didn't know that.
It's a joint copyright between Marvel and DC, and that's why no one else uses it.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that until you guys told me that, and I was like, really? That's okay. But so they've actually said on panels at conventions that they thought that Slenderman was a silly name anyway, and they prefer the term operator just because, like, he kind of operates people and it's kind of more ominous and everything.
I'm sorry to chime in again. So he started out kidnapping kids, right? So I feel like Slenderman, that makes sense, because if kids are reporting about this guy, that totally makes sense that he got called Slenderman.
Yeah, like that, it does definitely make sense within the context of the original story.
Yeah. But anyway, you continue.
So, okay, so where the story begins is, I forget the name of the forum that it initially popped up on, but, this guy, Jay, I'm gonna just refer to everybody by their character names now.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, so this guy, Jay, posted, this thing on this forum website about how, like, you know, he had gotten these tapes from his friend Alex Crayley, who, I'm sorry, I'm just really excited. I love this series.
No, please, we want to hear it.
Yes, so he got these tapes from his friend Alex Crayley, who was a film student at the college that he went to, just like he was.
Yeah.
And, you know, and basically, like, he posted this thing on this website, which is actually also the introductory video. So it kind of started on a forum, and also that's, like, the text that he posted also went into the first video.
Okay. One last kind of non-story related question.
Go for it.
Wait, so he's a film student. He made the character a film student, or was he not a film student?
I think, if I recall correctly, Troy Wagner himself actually was a film student.
That's funny.
And also, I believe Joseph Delage, who plays Alex and is one of the co-creators of Marble Hornets, I don't think he was initially a film student. I think he got into film because of Marble Hornets, kind of like to help out and to kind of understand everything more, and what have you.
I was just curious. I'm sorry. Continue. I didn't mean to derail it.
No, listen. Ask any questions you have. I am so excited about this. You have no idea. So yeah. So the introductory video is Jay is talking about his friend Alex, who he went to school with, who was a film major. Yeah. And one of the projects that Alex was working on was the student film called Marble Hornets. And it was nothing scary. Like, the film he was working on was actually, like, it was about this dude, Brian, who went away to college and comes back to his hometown, which is basically one of those, like, small town places that nobody ever gets out of. Okay. You know, and, like, and he decides that he wants to stay there and win the girl of his dreams back and all that.
This is a cheesy-ass movie.
Like, one of my favorite things about this series is the fact that all of them, so there were 3 creators. There's Troy Wagner, Joseph Delage, and Tim Sutton. Mm-hmm. Each of them have a character in it. Jay is Troy, Alex is Joseph.
I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
Let's stick with 3 names because I'm gonna get hella confused.
Okay,
so they each had a character they were playing. Okay.
Tim is Tim.
Tim is Tim. Okay.
One of
so
the
him
great
I'll remember.
One of the great things about this is that a lot of the characters actually have the same names as the people that play them.
Like Terry Crews is Terry Jeffers.
Exactly.
Okay,
like
great.
They're like Brian is kind of an Inception thing. So like there is a character Brian in in Alex's movie Marble Hornets,
Mhm.
who is played by his friend Brian, who is played by their real life friend Brian. So like it was just like, all right, yeah, we're gonna call him Brian.
Okay.
But
Fair.
yes. So there are 3 creators, and shit. There was a reason I went into that.
Sorry.
Fuck. No, it's my fault. Let's see. What did you ask me?
So I had asked. Well, technically, I had said there's way too many names here. But you had mentioned it's funny because each of these characters play these 3 characters. And there was something amusing about that.
Yes.
Film students?
Yeah.
That was the last
so
conversation
like,
we had?
Oh, yes, I remember where I was going
great.
with that. So the 3 of them, if you watch, because I also have the series on DVD.
Yeah.
So the 3 of them, if you watch the DVDs with commentary, will talk about how when they were thinking of the concept of Alex's movie, they wanted to take all of the horrible elements that you usually find in student films
And make a film out of it.
and put it into this movie. So there's a lot of like super cheesy things.
Oh,
Like,
nice.
I'll bring up a couple of the lines that are in this that are my favorite things ever.
No.
But yeah, so wow, I almost said Troy. So Jay
Yes.
is talking about how his friend Alex was making a movie for class.
Okay.
The movie was called Marble Hornets.
Right.
And Alex was going to transfer and wound up never finishing his film because he said that there
But
was
it sounded so good.
yeah, no, it was like, it would have been the best, Oscar worthy, truly. And he was talking about how, you know, like, there were conditions on set that made it impossible for him to finish. So Jay was like, you know, well, what do you intend to do because you have all of this footage? And Alex was like, I'm gonna burn it. I'm burning everything.
Well, that's extreme.
Yeah, so Jay convinced him to give him the tapes because even though like it wasn't Jay's movie, like Jay did help a little bit with it, but as a film student himself, he just didn't want to see all of that get thrown away.
Right.
So he convinced Alex to give him the tapes under the condition that Jay never say anything about it again to Alex.
Okay.
So now where we start is years later. It's been I think 3 years at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been 3 years.
Since
And
he received the tapes?
Since he got the tapes.
Okay.
He completely forgot about them, and then one day he
Nice.
just finds them in the back of his closet and decides to look through it, and that's when he starts to notice these really weird things.
Just imagine, like, no, bro, don't burn them. Give them to me. I got great use for them. 3
Yeah,
years later.
exactly.
Oh,
3
shit.
years-
I just
Oh,
threw them
yeah.
in my closet.
Okay, so I actually have a nickname for Jay.
Okay.
And you'll understand why I call him this.
Okay.
As we get into it. But his nickname that I gave him is the little lemming that could. Because
Gideon calls me a lemming when we play games together.
oh no, because lemmings aren't okay.
No, I'm well aware
Yeah.
what a lemming is.
So let me put it this way.
Because
Yes.
I get called one on a weekly basis.
So let me put it this way: one of my favorite things
Okay.
that has ever been said by any member of the Marble Hornets cast was during a Reddit AMA. Where the 3 of them were answering questions, and I forget what the question was, but it was about Jay, and it was why does Jay do certain things that he does? And Joseph says, Jay is really bad at certain things, like self-preservation. and it's true, like, yeah. But, yeah.
That's not something you want someone to say you're bad at.
Jay is terrible at self-preservation. I'm
It's good. It's great.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he survived, like, as long as he did to, like, try to go through what he, like, it'll become clear when I start talking about it, hopefully.
Spirits do not condone excessive drinking.
No, we don't. I think I'm even more drunk than when I did Rick, and that's a feat.
Oh boy. That's okay, we got rice. We now understand how they do it. They do it the right way.
Yes.
Alright, so he got these tapes. He put them in his closet, because that's where you put tapes. He forgot about them for 3 years, and then suddenly he was like, oh man, I got those tapes I need to go through.
Yeah.
Well, now let me go do that.
Yeah, so most of the tapes are from when he's filming Marble Hornets and like behind the scenes and B-roll and stuff like that. But a couple of them are Alex basically just filming himself. And one like the very first,
was he in his own film?
Yes, actually, but that's
okay. That's not why he was filming himself.
You don't actually find that out. That's like a joke thing that they did afterwards, that Alex wound up playing a stoner character in his own thing. But that's I'll actually show you.
Well, that's like what Kevin Smith did, right? So it's not like
sort of, but
okay.
but Kevin Smith actually did it right.
Oh, okay.
Alex Crayley is not this grade A movie director that he thought he was. Let's just say that.
That's
so
rough.
So entry number 1 is, it has nothing to do with the movie he's filming. Entry 1 is, we start off immediately knowing that there is some threat.
Oh, so they get right into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
good.
there's no audio.
Okay.
And Alex points his camera outside, and he sees this tall figure in a suit with no face, and it kind of like leans its head, like as though it's looking at him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, like it's a very short, it's a pretty short clip.
Yeah.
So, like Jay is like, oh, you know, like that's interesting, but you know, like he wanted to, his whole thing is, he starts to wonder why Alex was so creeped out about everything and why he was so insistent on...
To burn everything.
Yeah. So, so yeah, like, as soon as the thing's head, like, snaps toward Alex, the clip ends. Excuse me.
You're fine.
So the next one...
Is that alcohol?
Is, yeah. So, like, so just for the very beginning, I'm gonna go, like, entry by entry, and then after that, I'm just gonna, like, tell the story just because this is, like, the build-up of everything.
No, yeah,
So,
yeah. Well,
yeah.
It's an ARG, right? So that's
Yeah,
like
exactly.
what they...
Which is why, like,
Yeah.
there's a character, I'm gonna get into it, obviously, like, when it's relevant and when it comes up, but there's a character who, there was a secondary channel. I'm actually not gonna talk about it that much because there's not that many videos for it, but they do have some response videos, and a lot of those videos had more to do with codes and stuff for people to solve.
Right.
So
like
it
most
was,
ARGs.
yeah, so it was a very important part of the story, but, like, unless it's absolutely relevant that I have to explain, like, what was going on with it, I won't.
Oh, and for anyone who doesn't know what an ARG is,
Yes.
it's an augmented reality game
Mm-hmm.
where...
Also known as alternate reality.
Alternate reality.
Yeah.
So it's basically like, when they did this, which, because I know it's an ARG, again, I've never watched Marble Hornets, but when they did this, people were able to interact with the characters over Twitter or YouTube and leave comments, and they would reply in character to them, so they acted like it was a real event happening, and you could interact with the story.
Yeah, there was a Twitter account, and now, I kind of came to this late. I came to it in the 3rd season, which was the last season that they did.
Right.
So a lot of it had already been solved or talked about on Twitter. There was a ton of tweets that I missed over the years. So, you know, so unless there's like something very specific about that should be mentioned, I'm not going to get into that either, because the thing about Marble Hornets, and for anybody that's listening who's going to be like, no, you didn't mention this, there is a lot to cover. And number 1, I'm inebriated as fuck. And number 2, like, because it's so in-depth, I'm just gonna stay with, like, key story elements to kind of, you know, like, yeah. Like, the sun vanished. It's really good. I like it so much.
But yeah, which, by the way, if you ever see an ARG, everyone's generally aware they're fake, and they're trying to have fun and participate in the story.
Seriously,
which, let's not get into that, because that is a long Wombat rant waiting to happen.
It is a long Wombat rant. All I'm going to say is there's a very big difference between a hoax and a story that somebody's trying to tell.
It's like a live theater performance. Like, it's a really
exactly,
cool idea. And
that is exactly
And
it.
I gotta tell you, the craziest, and again, we shouldn't go off track, but the craziest I've ever seen it is, I know there's been some where you take a picture, you put it into a program, and words come out of it because of how the picture is made.
Yep.
Those are insane to me. Sound clips, I think they do it too, but yeah, so they get great, like, so I don't understand how half the people solve the riddles in some of these. They're insane.
Actually, what's really funny is, speaking of people going, oh, this is fake, there was something like that with Marble Hornets, where there was this guy, I believe it was very early on, it was either sometime in the first season or, like, sometime in the beginning of the second season, but it really took off, and there was this guy that really wanted to collaborate with them, and they were like, no, like, we're doing our own thing, that would actually kind of, like, mess up our narrative. And the guy was like, oh, well, then I'm gonna make sure that everybody knows this is fake. And their response was, okay. Like, clearly this is fake, you know. But yeah.
Back to Marble Hornets.
Yes. So the next entry is just it's Alex.
Wait, we only got over the first entry, right?
Yeah.
With the weird slender person.
Yeah. So
how much of Slenderman did he actually see in the first clip? Like, how evident was it that it was a weird? Like, did it just look like a guy in a suit, or did it look monstrous?
No, like, it's one of those things where, like, if you just kind of glance at it, it looks like a guy in a suit who's standing there, but I mean, like, a quick glance, you know, like, but there's something obvious, like, even if you don't realize right away that he has no facial features,
it looks weird.
It's one of those things where you just know that something is off. There's something not right about this.
I think also when he looks at him, he freaks out and turns around, basically, right? Like,
yeah.
So, I mean, there, the response already tells you.
Yeah.
Right.
So the second entry is Alex is driving, and he's got his camera on, pointing out of his windshield, and he's talking about how he was out walking his dog, and he saw this, like, really tall guy in a suit just standing underneath this traffic light, and his dog, Rocket, the dog's name is. Yeah.
That's an adorable name for a puppers.
He actually wound up getting a dog for real. Like, Joseph Delage is a huge dog fan. Like, it's actually really funny. But yeah, he wound up getting a dog for real, and his real life dog is one of the cutest dogs I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, so he was walking his dog Rocket, and Rocket saw this guy and started freaking out. So he took Rocket home and decided to drive back to the site to see if he could still see the guy. And he makes a comment about how like, he doesn't find anything, but he makes a comment right before the tape ends, like, I don't know how much battery life or whatever, I don't know, no, not battery life, I don't know how much is left on the tape, and then the tape kind of cuts out.
That answered that.
Yeah, so Jay, in the next entry, in entry 3, Jay notes that, like, there's most of the tapes he has that he's looked through so far have nothing to do with the movie, and that he thinks that most of them,
oh, that's
and
not
that
good.
A lot of it is just Alex keeping a camera on himself. So, like, if I recall correctly, entry 3 was like 12, like, clips from 12 different tapes all put together, and it's just Alex around his house, like, working. Occasionally, like, he'll, like, get a little paranoid and look out of his window, but entry 3 is kind of important because it's the first sign of visual tearing, which, for anybody that doesn't know, is like when something kind of wonky happens, like with the visuals. There's actually audio in this one, though. But yeah, so...
Wait, so the other tapes didn't have audio, or they...
No, they do, but a couple of them, like entry 4, obviously the next one after 3, entry 4 doesn't have any audio either. So entry 1 didn't have audio.
So some of them, there's no audio.
Yeah, so entry 1 didn't have audio.
That's important, I imagine?
Later
you'll tell me?
Sort of, because at one point Jay surmises that the reason it doesn't have audio is because Alex himself personally removed the audio. So...
Really?
yeah, so we don't know actually like what was said or what was done during that time. But yeah, so
these aren't just unedited, like some editing was done
some
to
of them, yeah, some of them
okay.
have something done to them.
Like, not by Jay, I mean by Alex.
Yeah,
Alex
like,
edited some of them before
quitting
on the project.
Yeah, there's actually a thing that I want to mention when I get to my first favorite entry, because there are two that I love so much.
Okay.
But yeah, Alex did something with it.
Okay.
Oh, but I'll get to that.
How many entries are there? I'm just curious.
Oh, God.
Oh,
so,
never mind. Forget I asked.
Yeah, so in total, there are 86 entries, and that is not including all of the To The Arc videos, which I will get to.
You know, that's not even... I thought it was going to be more, actually. I'm surprised it's under 100 when you said...
Yeah.
Because I don't know, I guess looking through 86 tapes, it is a lot, but
well, that's the thing, like, if you really want to go into, like, Jay...
Yeah.
And a different character later finds a couple of tapes. But, like, Jay himself, like, looks through what has to be hundreds upon hundreds of tapes, and, like, he just kind of picks, like, the one, yeah. So, like, he actually, if I recall correctly, he makes a comment about how a lot of the tapes that he's looked through have nothing beneficial to them.
Oh.
Because, like, Alex just started kind of getting paranoid and had a camera
and taping
on him.
himself.
Yeah, and had a camera on him at all times. So a lot of it, like, doesn't even have, like, isn't even worth mentioning, so he doesn't even show
how many
us.
Hours of watching is that?
Yeah, so, like, like, there's a lot. But, like, so, like, entry 4 also has no audio, and it's Alex, and he's in this playground, and he's kind of just, like, he's got the camera, and he's looking around, and there's, like, this swing that's just randomly swinging back and forth, and you catch a glimpse of this tall man in a suit, just, like,
but now it's, like, super
by.
tall. Now it's like, this is a weirdly tall man. Okay.
Yeah, like, the operator is insanely tall. Like, I would say over 7 feet tall.
Insanely tall, insanely single. Look out, ladies. Or gentlemen.
Yes. So the very, so entry 5 actually has Jay in it, because like I said before, Jay kind of helped him in the early stages of making his movie, like with location scouting and everything.
Oh, so he's in some of these?
Yeah, like Jay is actually in some of the actual, like, Marble Hornets.
But it was so early, I guess, before he realized he was giving up on it, and all the weird self-filming.
This is when, like, one of the sad things about it is the fact that, like, before Alex started getting, like, paranoid and everything, like, he seemed like he was a kind of cool dude, and he had, like, a couple of friends. Jay and Alex were friends. I'm not
were
sure.
they biffles?
I don't know if they were biffles. I know that...
You gotta do your research, Wombat. That's a key question right there.
I know that Alex was really close with Brian.
Which Brian? Inception Brian?
Inception Brian. So, yeah, okay, so he was friends with the Brian that played Brian in his movie.
Oh, okay.
So, it's so silly. So, anyway, excuse me. So, Jay and Alex are kind of, like, walking around this, park near where they go to school, and, like, there's this gazebo where Alex is talking about how, like, oh, you know, like, I want to film this scene, and this is when Brian comes back home, and he's talking to his friend about, like, winning Sarah back, and blah, blah, blah. And this part is kind of important because it's the first time that you hear any audio distortion.
Oh, so there's cut audio and distorted audio.
Yeah, so there's video, there's video tearing. The video tearing also happens in this, but there's also, like, kind of, like, the audio gets all fucked up and everything, and you can't really hear what they're saying, and it's really creepy. And, yeah, and at the end of the clip, he like, Jay himself, if I ever say that, like, somebody, like, observes something, unless I specifically say that it's in the clip, what I mean is, every entry, like, or mostly every entry, begins and ends on, like, this black screen with white letters. So it's like an afterthought kind of thing.
Yeah.
So Jay's...
Which is why I couldn't work and watch that.
Exactly. Yeah, so, because there's actually, like, a few things that they talk about, like, that don't actually get verbalized that are kind of important, or things that the characters slowly start to realize that they say in text. You know?
Okay. Yeah.
So, like, so in this one, Jay notices the visual tearing and the audio for the first time, really. And then, I don't remember if it's this one, but he plays clips of, like, one of the earlier entries where Alex was filming himself and shows examples of how everything, like, kind of
the
started.
tearing, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, the 6th entry, it's actually, Joseph Delage. It's his favorite one, if I recall correctly. And it's really creepy. Alex is kind of... There's no audio.
Okay.
Alex is just kind of walking around his house with the camera. Jay thinks, on the black background with the white text, Jay talks about how he thinks it's a continuation of the video that he played in the first entry.
Oh, so they were out of order.
Yeah, like, that's the thing about these tapes, is that he's got a ton of tapes, but, like, mostly... I don't remember if it's most or all of them have no, like...
Method to their madness.
Yeah, exactly. Aren't marked, aren't dated. So he's really flying blind, and if he sees something that looks like it's important, he's not entirely sure. But it looks like this one has something to do with the first tape.
Okay.
Because Alex is kind of, like, walking around his house, and it's obvious from the way that he's moving that he's kind of freaked out. And there's this beautiful shot where he, like, points the camera out by a window, and you see the operator, like, kind of glide and look into the window before he, like, freaks out and, like, turns around.
Yeah.
And, like, it's super cool. Like, one of my favorite things about the series at all is, like, the way that it's edited is brilliant.
So they're really putting that film student knowledge to use.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so, like, the next one is just more, like, again, I'll get to more, like, story ones, and I'll stop, like, saying, like, oh, and the next entry very soon, I promise. But, but yeah, so...
I mean, if there's a bajillion entries, I imagine at some point you're not going to be able to...
This is just, this, like I said before, this is just the beginning, which is why I'm setting it up this way. So, entry 7 is just, like, a scene from the movie that Alex is trying to shoot.
Oh, so we're finally seeing the movie.
Yeah, so, he's shooting a scene with Brian.
Yeah.
And it has...
Inception Brian.
Yes, Inception Brian. He's shooting a scene with Brian playing Brian, who is played by Brian. Right. And he, it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Okay. This line.
Okay. I'm ready.
Yes. So I've tried to convince two of my friends, half joking. I'm only half joking when I say this to them. I've tried to convince two of my friends to get each part of this quote tattooed on us.
Oh god, how bad is it?
Okay, so Brian's talking about how everything's changed since he went away. Yeah. And he goes, okay, so he's talking to this other character, Tim, played by Tim.
Is this quote important, or do you just like it that much?
I just really like it. You have to hear it.
I'm
It's
ready.
so
stupid.
I'm ready. So he goes, Alex is reading because Tim wasn't available at the time.
Is that important that Tim wasn't available?
No, I think it's just that, like, Alex's thing. So Alex says to him, and I promise I won't go off on tangents that much, but the line is, maybe you've grown up. And Brian's line is, maybe this town has grown up. And the responding line is, maybe it has.
What?
Exactly. It's so stupid. Maybe this town has grown up, Pat. Maybe this town has grown up. Oh my god.
I mean, it has. When I was a kid, there weren't houses, so it's definitely grown up a lot, technically.
There's a difference between, like, growing up and just developing. It's so
No,
stupid.
think
It's
about
so
it, right?
stupid.
When I was a
love
kid,
it.
the land was a kid. It didn't have housing. Now it has
The
housing like
land
an
was a
adult.
kid. So yeah. So yeah, I forgot what the next entry is, but the following
That's how
one-
good that line is. You forget what the next entry is. It's
Yeah.
just...
Oh my god, I forgot, like, the most important part
Oh.
of the 7th. So, like,
More important than that quote? That's, like,
way more
Oscar-worthy?
important.
Okay.
Way more important.
Okay.
It's, by the way, a running gag throughout this whole thing that people will sometimes be like, oh man, like, who wrote this? And Alex will be like, oh, I wrote all the dialogue, and everybody will be like, good job, man. But, it's one of my favorite running jokes in anything. But,
Is it a joke? Is it a joke?
only one character ever flat out says, this is garbage. Maybe
Is
not
it his
in that
parents?
way.
Sorry, that was awful.
Too real, Matt. Too real.
Oops.
Hang on.
I know you're not drinking coffee. For
Yeah.
anyone who can't, you're listening to the podcast, she's drinking out of a mug.
I am.
And I just, every time I see, actually, she's using our Wonder Woman mug. I'm wearing my Wonder Woman shirt, so we're just really supporting Wonder Woman tonight. But it's just making me want coffee. But it's also 9:30 at night, so I really
Yes.
shouldn't have coffee.
And I can't have coffee because it will sober me up.
Right, no, you gotta be the opposite of sober.
Exactly. So, like, so they film the scene, and then Brian leans back in his seat
Uh-huh.
and looks at Alex. And when he leans back in his seat, you notice that the operator is, like, kind of hanging out behind a corner looking at them. And Brian goes, did you want to do it again? And Alex goes, no, like, we're done. And just, like, drives off. And
Oh.
yeah, so then at the end of that one, Jay says somebody was following Alex. So, like, we really start...
Like it was caught on tape? How did he realize someone
Yeah.
was following him?
When he, like, like, you notice that the operator is in the background. At this point, I don't think he realized the significance
Right,
of
he
it.
probably thinks just some dude.
Yeah, so,
Right.
like, but...
You don't immediately think supernatural tall boy.
Exactly. So, like, if we go to the 9th entry, this is where it really starts to become obvious that, like, just how much this is affecting Alex. Because, by rights, Alex was a cool dude, like, people
Oh, he
like
going
to...
cray-cray?
Yeah, he basically, like, it's
Oh,
a
boy.
scene that he's filming. This is the first time that we see... Excuse me, this is the first time that we see Tim. And
Oh, so Tim stopped being sick. Or whatever he was. Tim
Yeah,
stopped
like-
being Tim.
Yeah, so, I think it was a weird direction choice that Alex made, if I think about it.
Wait, that Alex made, or that the guy with Marble Hornets made?
No, that Alex,
Okay,
like,
alright. Yeah.
that Alex was like, oh, so I'm gonna sit in the driver's seat, and this is what I want, and I'm gonna feed you the other person's lines, and you're just gonna respond.
Like as practice?
No, like, that was supposed to be a thing.
Yo, this dude was gonna fail out of film school.
Dude.
Like the fictional dude was gonna
So,
fail out of
um,
film school.
So, quick side note, very quick side note,
Uh-huh.
in the season 3, if you have the DVD or the Blu-ray,
Uh-huh.
the season 3 special features include 3 scenes from Alex Crayley's Marble Hornets, and the trailer for Alex Crayley's Marble Hornets, and it's wonderful. And each one of them, Troy, Joseph, and Tim, wrote a scene for the movie, and it's so funny. And one of the scenes actually is the scene that they filmed.
Is it the grow-up scene?
Yes, in, like,
Okay.
except it's like Tim, like, you know, saying
Actually
Tim's
there.
lines. Yeah, it's ridiculous and
So
wonderful.
Alex Crayley, more like Alex needs to drop out of film school.
Alex does need to drop out of film school, desperately. Alex
You thought I was
is-
gonna say Alex Crazy, weren't you? Totally fooled you there.
Yeah, I actually didn't think that, but that's accurate and beautiful, and I hate myself for never ever thinking about that before now.
That Kraelian crate? Really?
Yeah, I never
Haven't you
thought
sunk
of that.
like hours into this?
I have, and you have just bested me.
Oh.
I'm gonna pour
Oops.
some more vodka into
Yeah,
this
that
mug.
sounds good, yeah.
Yeah, so
Wait, do you need something with it, or?
No, I got
You got
this.
your stuff? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
So yeah, like in the 9th thing, like Jay makes a mention about how Alex isn't acting like himself, and they're filming a scene for the movie, and Alex is just being an asshole. Like, he's just, nothing that the actors do is good enough. He's yelling at everybody. There's this dude, Seth, who's his camera guy.
Seth?
Seth.
Okay. That's a weird name.
And I actually have a friend named Seth. It was
Is
one
it
of
short for something?
No.
Okay.
No,
Continue.
Seth
I'm
is
sorry,
just-
I didn't mean to go. I'm
it's
sorry
like-
to any Seths watching this.
It's actually like a biblical thing, if I recall correctly.
Huh. Wait, my apologies to the Seths around the world. I mean, my name's Jen. It's the most common name in the universe. So maybe I'm just jealous
But
of
you're
your
Jen.
unique
But you're
name.
Jen with one N.
I'm not, though, and that's a whole other story.
Yeah, you are, but you aren't.
I am, but I'm
You
not.
are in all of our hearts.
I just shook the desk on accident and bopped it.
No. So
I have uncomfortable legs all the time.
Oh.
It's okay.
So So yeah. So he's like yelling. He's yelling at everybody. Like Tim and Sarah, who are in the scene, are talking about how, like, you know, who would work with you with this attitude, like, you know,
Oh, boy.
Tim makes a comment like, oh yeah, because you're paying us so much and everything, and Alex is like, why would I pay you for what you're giving me, and blah blah blah. Yeah, so it's this whole big thing.
No.
So Tim
never
actually,
say that
yeah,
to people
so-
working for you.
Yeah, so Tim makes a comment like, well, you already spent all of your money on all those tapes you have anyway. Because Alex has, like, 1 million tapes. Like,
Oh.
way more than you need to,
Wait, he's
like,
not
make something
re-recording
like
over
this.
his recordings of himself? He's just keeping them?
He's just keeping them. Because he's, at this point,
Is
he's
Alex a
starting
hoarder?
No, but he's super paranoid at this point.
That's fair.
And you see how his, how his mental state is declining.
Right.
With this. So at this point, we have, a video response from this other channel called To the Ark. And this is the first thing. I forget exactly what Regards is, but their first thing is called Regards, and it is a direct video response to one of the videos that Jay has uploaded. If I recall correctly, Jay does not acknowledge the existence of To the Ark just yet.
Okay. So it's this weird guy who's just replying to him?
Essentially.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit to my first favorite entry.
Your first favorite? Wait, how
Yeah.
many favorites do you have?
I mean, generally speaking, I love the entire series, but there
Yeah.
are 2 entries in particular. One is in the first season, one is basically at the end of the series.
Okay.
Or toward the end of the series.
Yeah.
But this one,
Uh-huh.
one of the great things about this entry that I love is the fact that up until this point, you've basically been conditioned to kind of, like, look for subtle things. Because
Like
even
him in the
if-
background.
Exactly.
basically.
Like,
Yeah.
he's in the background. Even when
Yeah.
he's kind of in your face, he's not really in your face.
Right.
So,
He's been a weird
This-
businessman.
yeah. So
Yeah.
this entry is
Mhm.
Alex has his bedroom door slightly ajar, and the camera is pointing toward his door. So, like, the very first time I watched this entry, I'm expecting shadows in the hallway or something.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, this, like, tendril kind of thing opens the door very
cool.
slightly.
Yeah.
And then there he is. And
Cool.
he just walks into the room.
Cool.
And then Alex, he walks off camera where Alex would be sleeping.
Uh-huh.
And Alex, starts up out of bed, goes and closes his door and walks back. So, something I never noticed until, like, not this past time, but, like, a couple of times before,
Yeah.
when I was doing a marathon, I never noticed it until then, that Alex has blood on him when he walks back to his bed. And Jay makes a note that I believe like something like 35 minutes pass in the tape or something, and then Alex changes the tape again. So there was a To the Ark video where To the Ark gives like a coded response.
Oh, okay.
Followed by, I don't remember if that was when he says bleed more, or if not.
Bleed more.
Bleed more. Like, it becomes very apparent very quickly that whoever To the Ark is, they hate Alex. So,
Nice.
So, when Alex goes to change the tape, it shows Alex and he's just kind of staring off into space, and he's bleeding from the head, and he just looks into the camera and changes the tape. So...
Wait, is this like a mystery? Is To the Ark, like, one of the actors being a dick?
Okay, so To the Ark...
Wait, should you tell me now, or is that gonna make it hard to explain later?
It honestly... I can be pretty vague about it and then give, like, definitive responses later.
Yeah.
So there are two things that the creators of Marble Hornets have never and will never tell us definitively.
Okay.
They've basically answered most questions, if not all of
Yeah.
them. But they will never tell us how they made the operator. Mostly because...
You mean the prop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, mostly because they've said that it's so underwhelming that they feel like it would detract from it if everybody knew how they did it. So they just don't want to tell everybody.
Really? Because people love the fact that the alien was made out of garbage bags.
Well, like, but yeah, like, that's what they've said. They've, like, honestly, like, it's not that big a deal, and we feel like people think it's, like, way bigger than it actually is, and it's not. And the second thing is who To the Ark is. They were asked...
Really?
Yeah, at a convention, they were asked point blank who To the Ark was, and Joseph responded with, yes! And that was just the response that they gave, and we've never gotten a straight answer.
Do you think they know who To the Ark is?
They've actually said, like, we know who it is, like, that's...
You don't have to trust them. They made a monster video with spoopy messages. They know how to lie.
So, there are some pretty strong context clues that lend itself to who it is.
Okay.
So I'll get to that, like, when it's, important.
They should George R. Martin it, and when someday a movie is made about it, which probably won't happen, but if it ever happens...
No, there was a movie, and I will never talk about it because
Oh, so you mean there wasn't a
actually...
movie, wink wink.
Yeah, there
Because I was
wasn't
say,
one. Okay, so, like...
They should George R. Martin it and be like, if you can figure out who To the Ark is, you can make our movie.
Like, there's... Let me put it this way, like, the first time I saw... The movie is called Always Watching a Marble Hornets Story. And I watched it, and there are some things that are genuinely cool about it.
Yeah.
But, like, the first time I watched it, it was one of those things where I had wanted to like it so much that I just kind of was like, oh, I guess it's okay. But then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, yeah, but, like, it's, like... this is flawed and that's flawed. And then I saw a couple of people, like, talking about it, and I was like, yes, that's exactly how I feel about it, thank you. Like, because I kind of felt weird being the only one who, like, felt this way about it.
Yeah.
But, it fails as a found footage thing, and at the end of the day, really doesn't have much to do with Marble Hornets.
Wait, they made a Marble Hornets movie and then just followed the formula of Marble Hornets?
Yeah, so, like...
That seems weird, though, right?
Okay, so, like, for example...
Yeah.
Hang on a second so I can take a sip of this.
You felt that very high.
That's why I'm taking a sip.
Mm-hmm.
So we're out of the danger zone.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so the thing about it was, like, one of the things in the movie was that, like, you were basically marked by the operator. And I know you've probably seen the symbol before, like the circle with the X through it. Like that's
because that's in the Marble Hornets logo.
Yeah, so that's the operator symbol. However, that was not a thing that the operator did that was, like, for all intents and purposes, Alex named the operator, and Alex started drawing that as the symbol.
So it was his own personal notation.
Yeah, like, it was a personal notation that other characters kind of, for the sake of ease, I guess,
or maybe so
using.
Alex knew they were talking about.
Sort
I don't
of,
know.
yeah, like, it
Because
was
you're telling me that he
those
hates
things.
Alex, so I'm assuming he's, like, stalking this poor guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, like,
That's
so that was the
unfortunate.
thing, and in the movie, what
Yeah.
they did with it, like, they had a couple of weird choices, like, so you were basically marked, it was like a scar on you in that shape.
Oh, we're still talking about the movie.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
like, that wasn't a thing ever. And
Uh-huh.
another thing is, like, in the movie, you can only see the operator through a camera, which, as I will get to in the series,
That's
was
not a thing.
never a thing.
Well, the dog saw him, right?
Yeah. The dog saw him, characters saw him without the camera. Like, it was, yeah, so I'll get to that. So anyway, yeah,
Trying
so
to be
to
fatal
the
frame
arc.
up in here.
You what?
Trying to be fatal frame up in here.
Yeah. So, yes, and it was, the thing, the To the Arc video that gave the code for this actually was the one that said bleed more, like, talking to
okay.
Alex. I remember now. But yeah, so the reason I bring it up is because that particular code took 4 years for somebody to solve.
The bleed more one.
Yeah, like the in the To the Arc video
Is
called...
bleed more important?
No, that was more a message for Alex.
Oh, so
But-
it took 4 years to just figure out.
Yeah, but there
Nothing.
was like coding in
Right. But it just
thing.
translated to bleed more.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, bleed more was spelled out at the end of the thing. But yeah, so in the coding for program, 4 years after the fact, somebody figured it out, what it was.
Okay.
And this is an example of, the only reason I bring it up is because this is an example of how Alex manipulated everything. So, like, Alex, I wrote it down because I never ever remember exactly how to
That's
explain
okay.
this. So it's like, oh yeah, Caffeinated Civet was the person that figured it out on the unfiction forums. So it was,
So they're like caffeine. They're like me and want coffee right now.
Yes, I love coffee. I mean, if you, I know it's late, but if you wanted coffee, I wouldn't judge you. So, so basically, like, so the tape plays, and
Wait, we've been on a tangent for so long. Are we still talking about the To the Arc video, or have we moved past that?
no, we're on To the Arc video.
This is
I
the
promise I'll
coded
be
message.
quick.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
you're fine.
Yeah, so, okay, so, the tape that shows the operator entering the room plays to the end, and then Alex, like, if I recall correctly, he either rewound the tape, or, like, when he put in the new tape, he rewound it to, like, the very beginning of the tape, and recorded over what had happened. So, at this point, he doesn't want anybody to know what happened during that time. So, like,
Oh.
even though he was kind of bleeding, like, when he goes to
Close the door.
to close it, like, I don't know if he was trying to hide, like, how that happened, or whatever the case may be.
So wait. So did he
Yeah.
cut out the part between the operator walking towards the bed, or was that just that quick?
No, like, it just happened very quickly. I
Okay.
think
So everything after he closed the
recorded over
door.
what happened after the fact.
Okay.
Yeah, so, so a little bit of time passes, and Jay gets, because at this point, Jay is like, I have to find Alex. So,
From that tape.
yeah, so
Yeah.
Jay starts to worry.
See if I get attacked by a tentacle. You gotta be worried.
Exactly. So Jay starts to worry about Alex, and he's like, I have to find him, I need to know that he's okay, you know.
Yeah.
So he gets an anonymous tip that Alex is
That's not good.
in this, that Alex is in this house. So
Anonymous tip, you say?
Jay, he goes to this house, and he starts looking for Alex, and he sees, like, there's a couple things he finds, like, in the closet, it looks like somebody's been sleeping in the closet.
Okay.
He finds a bottle of pills. He finds a bunch of drawings that look like a crazy person did them.
Okay.
With like weird scribbled trees and like the operator logo everywhere.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was Alex then? Because you said that Alex made that up.
And
well, we don't know this though, right? I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are videos where we do see Alex drawing, so we know it is him.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I don't remember if any of them happened at this point, though.
So, does he recognize it as Alex's, or is he like, who did this?
No, he recognizes that it's Alex. Like, he takes them because he thinks that they're important, and he finds a bullet casing. So he takes the pills that I don't remember if they have. I don't think they have a label on them. He takes the bottle of pills. He takes the bullet casing, and he takes the drawings. But at one point, while he was there, he thinks he hears something in the house, so he starts calling out for Alex, but nobody answers, and he breaks down and starts having this really bad coughing fit. And To the Ark's response to that is a video of Jay on the floor coughing up a lung with, like, this weird, like, distorted voice that if you, like, if there's something that you can do to it, and if you, like, hear it the way that it actually was supposed to be, it's Jay calling out for Alex. So that was To the Ark basically telling them, I was here. Like, I know where you were.
But he didn't see him?
Yeah. Like, he just heard the sound, but didn't, like, really see anything.
But To the Ark was recording him.
Yeah, so he was being recorded. There absolutely was somebody at the house.
So he was in the room, or was he recording him from far away?
No, he was in the room. Like, he kind of turned a corner, and, like, it actually, if I recall correctly, like, at the start of the thing, like, you actually see the camera turn the corner and look at him as he's on the floor, like, coughing.
But it was, what I'm saying is, it was from a distance, which is why...
Yeah, like, he was,
Jay didn't see him.
Yeah, he was, like, he was...
I was starting to be like, can they be invisible? Like, what do you mean?
No.
Okay.
He was, like, a few feet away. Like, he wasn't, you know, like, right up there.
Okay.
So, yeah, yeah, so they're shooting, in one of the next entries, they're shooting the movie.
Yeah.
And they're inside...
Why is it called Marble Hornets?
Okay, so, the series is called Marble Hornets.
No, because the film is. But why is the film called Marble Hornets?
I don't know why they decided to call the film that. They're actually in one of the joke things that they filmed, like one of the 3 joke scenes, they actually kind of do a tie-in for it, where, like, you know, when they were little, they were, like, a part of, like, I guess the Marble Hornet Society or whatever that they made up. And there's, like, a tiny little marble that has, like, a green hornet or something on it. But the series...
It's a cool name.
Like, yeah, so the series is actually called Marble Hornets because the first time that Troy was on his way to Joseph to talk to him about his ideas, he said to himself, okay, the first 2 things I see are going to be the name of this. And he saw, like... a carpentry thing, I think, that advertised that they sell marble. So he goes, okay, marble. And then he saw, like, a pest control thing that advertised that they get rid of hornets. So he goes, Hornets! It's Marble Hornets! And that's why it's called Marble.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So,
okay, so back to, about the film.
Yes.
There's film.
Yeah, so they're shooting the thing, and it's, they're shooting one of Tim's scenes, and it's basically like...
So Tim's back.
Yeah, so it's basically like they're shooting a scene like they did with Brian in the car that time.
Yeah.
Where, like, they're just kind of, like, shooting part of the scene and feeding the other person's lines to him so he can have the conversation.
Just get all the actors in one place, bro.
Dude, yeah, it's like everybody's like, oh, I gotta go do this, and I can't be here for this, and everything. But yeah, so Jay is wearing a jacket, and they say to him, like, what are you wearing a jacket for? And he's like, it's really cold in here, and they're like, we don't feel like it's very cold.
Is that important?
Sorta, yeah, because if you look out of the window that Tim is kind of standing by, you see the operator right outside.
Nice.
Yeah, and, like, that's one of the things, like, he kind of, like, his presence kind of distorts everything.
Yeah.
Which is why there's also the visual and audio turn and everything
that
like
makes
that.
sense.
So, so whenever that happens, you know that it's nearby.
Mm-hmm.
Entry 18 is important.
Were there 18 of these already?
Yeah, we're up to 18.
Wow, okay.
I've skipped over a bunch, but, like... So,
well, I mean, 18 an hour out of 86, it's not terrible.
Like,
I mean...
Yeah, like, we're still in season 1. We're still in season 1.
How far into season 1 are we?
I think there's only, like, 24 entries in season 1.
How many seasons are there?
There's 3.
That's it?
Yeah, there's only 3 seasons. So in entry 18, Jay decides to go back to the house. Oh, I forgot to mention something. So when he watches the video for entry 17 where they're talking about when they're filming that scene with Tim.
Yeah.
He says that what was it?
I don't know. You're the law master. You
so
tell me what it is.
He notes. Oh yeah. That's it. He at the end of the entry he says, you know, like he points out that there was distortion and everything in it, like in some of the other ones, and he says, but that's not what bothers me about this. What bothers me is I have no recollection whatsoever of this ever happening. But
wait, Jay doesn't?
Yeah.
Jay was here.
Yeah, and he says, but obviously I was there. Like, so it happened. I don't remember any of this.
Was it an important memory? Because sometimes we just don't remember things.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that, like... okay, so it's like, if somebody, like, swears you were there, and you're like, but I don't remember, but
see, but I have
something
like that. My family and my brothers, they swear to this day I've seen Pan's Labyrinth, and I keep telling them I've never seen Pan's Labyrinth.
Can you hand me a paper towel, because I am a slob.
You are drunk, so. Which, I gotta say, you're pulling Leslie Knope right now, because, like, you are on fire with this explanation talk.
I will take that as the ultimate compliment, because I love Leslie Knope.
Oh yeah, well, because I think about the episode where she got through the flu speech. So we say you're pulling a Leslie Knope when you're, like, nailing sounding sober when you're not.
I assure you I'm not.
I'm sure, yeah, no, I trust you when you say things, so. And I'm watching you drink out that giant-ass mug with alcohol in it.
Yes.
So.
That I keep adding more alcohol.
Right, yeah. So you don't have to clean off the coaster, that's what it's there for. I've spilt entire sodas and things on it.
But I do, because everything will get sticky.
But you wash it later, it's not...
I know.
Stickiness.
My OCD is showing.
It's okay,
but, and I want to be very clear, I actually do have OCD, it's not a joke I'm saying. So anyway...
people like you are literally why I stopped making that joke. Go off tangent.
So,
you shouldn't say you have something when you don't. It's just...
No. So,
anyway.
So yeah, entry 18 is very important, because... it introduces a character.
Mm-hmm.
Jay goes back to the house that he had gotten the tip that Alex was in.
So he went home, and he's going back?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this...
Why?
Little lemming that could. So, like, this is why I call him that, because... And this is the second time that he's gone at night.
Because did he see the response video where the dude's like, I was watching you, lol. Did he see that?
I forget which one, like, because there is some point where he does become very aware of To the Ark's presence, but I don't remember right now, like, where it is, because he actually does make a mention, like, yes, I did see To the Ark's message, like, you know, but yeah, so... Jay goes back into the house, and he's searching, and, like, he's still kind of, like, looking for Alex, and then he turns the camera at one point, and there is a person sitting on the couch in a room way down the hall, and they have this creepy mask on.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Yeah, and he goes, Alex? And the person just darts at him and attacks him. And this person is...
Is it To the Ark?
So that's a complicated question to answer.
Oh, okay.
So, there are a couple of schools of thought for...
Schools of thought.
Yeah,
Now, that is
for
a phrase
who-
I'm afraid of.
Yeah, so because we've never gotten a definitive answer, like I said before, there are context clues that lend itself to this is what it is, but we will never know 1,000,000% for sure. So
Do
it's
you
like...
need to know 1,000,000%?
Okay, we'll never know 100% for sure.
Do you need to know 100%?
We'll never know for sure. So,
99's pretty good, Wombat, I'm
yeah,
just saying.
that's true. So,
Or
like...
98 if you need it to be an even number.
Yeah, so there is there is a theory, and it's the one I personally subscribe to, that To the Ark is not one person, it's 3 that are a kind of a group of people, and this masked person who never really had a name, but the fan base kind of named him, and the creators kind of went with that name, so this character is called Masky.
That's
So,
great.
yes.
That's
so,
a very complicated and elegant name.
Yes, so Masky is as widely regarded as one of the members of To the Ark.
You know, Chat has named my camera Handy. It's about the same naming convention.
That's amazing.
It's my hand camera.
Well, at least they didn't name him Masky McMaskface.
Fair.
That's true. So yeah. Handy McHandface. Oh, I love you, Deacon. So now there's, again, I'm only gonna mention like To the Ark videos that like have maybe like a very specific meaning,
Yeah.
other than like to give code. So there was a To the Ark message called Messages, that it very specifically says, you have been keeping secrets. And there was one I think it was before that, called Signal, that had the message come back. So here's the thing, and I'm not going to say it because there's a thing that gives something away. So I'll mention it again later.
Okay.
But there's a thing in Messages particularly that kind of tells you something very important.
In Messages? Oh wait, the clip is called
video.
Messages.
Yes.
Okay.
So here's the thing, like it is very probably talking about Jay coming back to the house, and like, you know, like the whole like you've been keeping secrets thing. There actually is a secret at this point that Jay is keeping from us, the audience, that he does come clean with.
Okay.
But
is he taking the drugs?
No, but he probably should be, and I'll get to that.
Does he have the weird slender illness you mentioned at the beginning?
Oh
no, the coughing!
Well, the coughing starts.
I wanted to be a forensic at one point, Wombat. I can put clues together, and I'm also not drunk.
So when I tell you, yeah, that's true. So when I tell you what the secret is, that he's keeping from us, the very first time I saw the series, I was like, because that's smart, Jay. So I got like so super pissed at him.
Oh,
but
so I guess I will too then.
But it's kind of like a double thing. Like, To the Ark is probably talking about Jay, but there's also a chance that it's talking to
Alex,
to Masky, actually.
Really?
Because there's actually like a couple of clues later.
But then she said, well, I guess you said it's a fan theory that Masky's involved, but
well, yeah, like that's it's
weird.
Actually the most probable thing.
Well, yeah, you have the weird guy sending messages. It's most probable that.
But the thing about it is that like there's a lot of clues that Masky at one point was kind of done with it and tried to leave and didn't want to be a part of it.
Oh, okay.
So they were trying to kind of pull him back in.
Aw, poor Masky.
So yeah, especially when I get into all of that later.
You know what my theory is?
Yeah.
Masky's Tim. I'm calling it now. Tim's a weirdo, and I think he's Masky.
So do you want to know?
Well, if you're gonna ruin things, you can tell me later. You can just hear my theory.
Because you find out definitively who Masky is in season 2.
Oh, yeah. Tell me later then. My theory is it's Tim.
Okay,
I'm going with it.
So
I'll let you
know.
So you'll let me know when we get to season 2.
I'll let you know definitively when we find out that who it is. So, so then, Jay, I'm sorry, just give me a second. Cause
you have been drinking.
Yes.
I don't even imagine what your reading level is at right now.
Yeah, like, and by the way, I want to be very clear, like, when I take notes, I just take notes to try to keep myself on track, because if I don't...
Listen, anyone who's been listening by now,
yeah,
we've talked about how people have had Wikia pages open. For anyone who gets to physically see Grogzilla, Ninja Bush had papers he kept flipping through. I think we made references to the papers.
Yeah, like,
this is hard, we all take notes, that's it.
Yes. I try to refer to my notes the least amount as possible.
You should, yeah. Well, I did that with Resident Evil, where I had cliff notes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, everyone has notes, because honestly, otherwise you're gonna get...
You're the real MVP, because I saw your notes on that, and I have, like, pages upon pages.
Did you look at my notes?
Yeah, because you showed me, because, like, when I was doing the Chronicles of Riesling, I was like, yeah, I don't know about my notes, and you were like, here are my notes, like, to make me feel better about it, and I was like, okay.
They're just clip notes, like, by the way, this happened here, don't forget. And even then, I'm gonna bring it up again, but I strongly highlighted, bring up how Wesker dies in a volcano, and I didn't, so it's fine. You do what you can, and you're drunk. Yes. Yeah, Deacon just brought up, I forgot the volcano, even with my notes, so don't forget your volcano, Wombat.
I will never forget the volcano, Bat. So yeah, if I recall, there was a part where, oh, yes, because I said that there was, like, a double thing that, to the R could have meant at that point. Jay
about using
clean.
Keeping secrets?
Yeah,
okay.
So Jay comes clean, and he says, yeah, so I have been keeping a
Wait,
secret
we're up to
from
that
you
already?
guys.
I thought you said I'd find out later. Are we at later already?
Yeah, like, I didn't mean,
it's
like...
It's been a sentence
I didn't
later,
mean,
Wombat.
like, super later. I meant, like,
I'm just saying, when you
entry.
say later, a sentence later is really not later. That's more like you're about to find this out, by the way.
It is exactly one sentence from now. But no, so the secret that Jay has been keeping from us is that, much like Alex, he started to keep a camera on himself at all times. And it's like...
Well, that's not a good thing, though?
Yes and no, because...
Why?
That started... Like, Alex was keeping a camera on himself because he got super paranoid. And now Jay is starting to exhibit the same traits that Alex had.
Okay, but think about it, right? You're watching your friend who's being haunted by this tall boy. You were in the events where the tall boy was around and didn't realize it.
Mm-hmm.
That seems smart to me. Like, am I involved in this somehow?
Yeah,
Is Tim that weird?
But it's Tim that weird. So, tall boy, Slenderman's younger brother. Yeah, there's actually, like, this thing that happened online where, somebody found a mannequin that looked like...
The prop.
Yeah, that looked like him, except he was, like, really tanned and wearing, like, a really good, like, suit and, like, sweater, and they called him the Tender Man. So, like...
Oh, we're that's legit. Tender Man.
No, well, it's not legit.
Oh, he wrote
like,
Trender Man,
like,
never mind.
Oh, Trender Man? I never saw that. I never saw Trender Man. I saw Tender Man. But it could be my probable dyslexia that has made me wrong this whole time. So
that's very possible.
It is. So, yeah, so he, so after, Jay comes clean about that, one of the things that he shows us is, like a video of basically just him around his apartment, and one time when he goes to sleep, like, the video kind of cuts out, and when it comes back, Maskey is sitting on his fucking dresser, and then, like, behind his bed, and then just, like, disappears.
Oh, okay, cool.
And there's actually a huge stretch of video where, like, Jay goes into a room, but the camera doesn't pick him up in the room, and you don't see him for hours anywhere in his apartment.
Cool. Like, how many cameras were in his apartment?
He had, I don't remember exactly, but he had a few set up.
Okay.
So like he
So,
had one.
now my
who's-
question is, when you
yeah.
said the camera doesn't pick him up, when he goes into that room, is that the camera turns off, or that you don't see him? 'Cause that's
You
an
just
important
don't see
difference.
him. It's
Oh,
like,
nice.
Yeah, like he opens the door and
Uh-huh.
walks in, and the camera that should have picked up him opening the door and walking in picks up none of that.
Well,
So-
boys, we're off in another dimension. We'll see you later.
Basically.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
cool.
a
Alright.
thing that happens here.
Oh, nice.
So, and I'll get into that later. But yeah, so he, so that happens, but then in, entry 19, he's talking about, like, the stuff that he took from,
The pills.
yeah, from the house, the pills and
drawings,
everything. The pill
The
bottle.
bullet casing?
Yeah,
Is that
so,
everything?
Yes.
Okay.
So the pill bottle is totally empty, and he doesn't remember taking any himself, so he doesn't know why they're not in there anymore.
Oh, wait. Was it not empty?
No, like when he took the pill bottle.
Oh.
Yeah, when he took the pill bottle, like they're actually like you could hear that there was pills rattling inside, and he actually like when he makes a comment about the bottle is empty now. He plays a clip from that thing of him picking up the bottle and there being the rattling sound.
Nice.
So there's nothing in there anymore.
Did they ever actually open it to see pills inside?
I don't believe so. Not at this moment.
So
But
there could be anything inside, but that's not
yeah.
good that it's empty.
But
now.
it's empty. It's
right?
totally
Yeah, no,
empty
that's
now.
not good.
The shell casing for the bullet is gone, and he says I might have misplaced it, or it was taken from me.
With
and when he
the-
says it might have been taken from me.
Yeah.
He shows a still from Maskey sitting on his dresser.
Right. I was about to say
So-
Tim. I mean, Maskey took it. I'm
So,
gonna feel like an ass if I'm wrong. It's fine.
So anyway, so.
Tim's gonna message me on Twitter like, "Why are you throwing shade at me, BATCLAM?" Like,
Tim Sutton is a wonderful person, and I love him.
oh, my bad, Tim.
But yeah,
I'm talking about fictional Tim.
yeah. Fictional Tim is Tim Wright.
Right.
So
well, he's wrong, Wombat.
Tim wrong. So anyway, so he shit. So then he looks at
Sorry.
So then he gets the papers with
Yeah.
like all of Alex's drawings.
Yeah.
And he
Are we into season 2 yet?
no, almost.
Oh, okay.
We are very close
Okay,
to
good.
the second season. So he reads these papers and it says one of the papers says "seize me," and he's like,
Wait. SEE?
yeah, like see, like look.
Oh,
like
I didn't know.
seize.
I didn't know if it was like C's, like grab, like SIE.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So
It's
it
different
says,
when you don't physically
"Seize
see
me."
it. Okay.
And then he's like, and he says like, I like the clues have run dry, except I turned over one of the pages, and the page that said "seize me," it said "at the tower." So, in one of the previous entries, when Jay was going location scouting with Alex,
Yeah.
Jay noticed this huge red tower
Yeah.
in the park where they were looking to film.
Okay.
And he specifically asked him, like, what was that? And Alex is like, I don't know, I think it was a climbing wall or something. So, so Jay decides that he's gonna go, look at that tower and see if
Okay.
there's anything with that. So he goes inside of the tower, and there's this ladder, and he goes up, and he finds this, like, metal pencil case type thing.
Yeah.
And inside the case, there's a tape.
Okay.
Yeah, and in the tape, he finds this video of, it's Alex and Seth,
Okay.
and they are walking around in, like, it's not a basement, but it's like this tunnel-like area, and then, like, a bunch of shit happens, the operator is there,
Oh, okay.
yeah, and then
You
the
know,
next
stuff
thing,
and things.
yeah, stuff and
Yeah.
things. So then the next thing you see is Alex by himself, sitting up against a wall, and he goes through this whole big thing, and he says, Seth is gone, his camera is gone, and he goes through the list of, like, basically everybody he knows, and he lists Jay among them, and he says, like, everybody I know is gone, I'm the only one that's left. I don't remember anything that happened. I just woke up here with the tape, and anything that I know that happened is on this tape. So that's what that tape was. So Jay decided to go...
what he says was all that was on the tape.
Yeah. So
wait, so what was the shit that went down? Was it like all shaky, invisible camera footage
so they're
stuff?
walking around underneath, like, I guess in like these tunnels or like in a basement somewhere. I forget exactly what this building was.
Okay.
But he at first they have night vision on, but they find like dried blood on the wall.
Nice.
I forget exactly what
Classic.
it is that they're supposedly looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that they find the operator symbol somewhere down there.
Okay.
But Seth and Alex are searching for something down there.
Okay.
I don't exactly remember what the deal was or if there was a very specific reason why they were there. But yeah, so Seth is just gone at this point.
Nice. Wait, but he said everyone was gone.
Yeah. So that is the weird thing that he mentions Jay.
Right, because we're watching Jay go through
so
everything.
like for all we know at this point, everybody else could be gone because he lists everybody else that works.
Well, now here's the weird thing, right?
Yes.
So before he mentioned a part of his life he didn't remember on the tape.
Yeah.
So for all we know, he might have vanished at one point and doesn't even realize it.
Well, that's the thing. It's like
right. Maybe at one point he was gone, and now he's back and didn't even realize he was gone.
So it's weird territory. So
I'm sure I'll learn all about it later.
Yeah. So
you gotta let me assume. You're telling me a mystery.
Yes.
Wombat. I need my input. I have to drunkenly try and avoid spoiling things.
So yeah, I'm trying because there are some things that you've asked me questions about.
I gotta be right about Tim. I need to be right about Tim.
So like you've asked me questions, or like you've been like, oh well, is it this that's happening, or I think it's this, and it's like, and I want to tell you stuff like immediately, and I'm trying my damnedest not
Listen,
to.
I've only been accusing Tim for like 20 minutes, but if it's not him, I will burn his place to the ground.
Yeah. So, and I told him I'd burn this place down. So anyway, so Jay decides to go back to the house.
Mm-hmm.
And this time he goes during the day.
Are we still in season 1?
Yes.
Okay.
We are literally like...
Close.
Yeah, like we are basically like the entry, like before season 2.
Okay.
So Jay decides to go back to the house. He goes during the day this time.
Smart.
Yeah, so he tries
Wait, he went at night the other time?
Both of the other times he went, this moron went at night. So, yeah, exactly.
Is he on, like, a curfew and he's sneaking out from his parents? Like, what the fuck?
Like, that would be funny. But, like...
Well, he's a college. They said they were film students, so I guess...
Yeah, it would be, like, after college, I guess, at this point. So, So yeah, he goes back during the day this time, and one of the things that he notices is I don't remember if it was the first time or the second time that he went there. I think it was the first time. The sink in the upstairs bathroom had dried blood all in it. Like somebody
in the
basically,
house.
Yeah, that somebody basically.
Oh, this is the detail that you're just telling me now.
I totally forgot about before.
Okay. Wait, so before he was attacked or after?
I think no, it was definitely before he was attacked.
Because he left after the attack, right? He's not that bad.
No, but so I
was just attacked, but I'm gonna keep looking.
Oh no, this idiot. So he was attacked by Maskey.
Yeah.
Maskey proceeds to have a really bad seizure and stop moving.
Does he call the cops?
No.
No, the series would be over.
But this idiot, when Maskey stops moving, walks up to Maskey to be like, check him out. And Maskey tries to
Does he pull the mask off and reveal it's Tim?
I I don't remember if he tries to pull the mask off at this point.
He better.
But he does make a comment about how, like, oh, I'm pretty sure my camera got who attacked me. And of course, it's a mask, so you're not gonna know. So,
Nice.
yeah, so this time he goes back to the house.
Wait, I just realized I never asked, like, it is a dude, right?
Who, Jay?
The mask. No, I know Jay.
Oh, yeah, no, the person who's wearing the mask is
okay, because I just realized I, like, never asked that as I'm sitting here
like,
accusing Tim.
Yeah,
But that's good, I don't have to burn the place to
throwing
the ground.
accusations around.
I have very internalized, made-up evidence about this, okay? So, we're gonna stick to it. Tim is weird, and he was missing for a while, and
so,
it's him.
oh yeah, I actually forgot to mention a thing about Tim. That's probably
gonna ruin my theory.
It's actually probably gonna make you more suspicious of him.
Yes, tell me.
So at one point, Tim walks in, and he's like, and he's super sick and needs to take
Is he
this
coughing?
medication.
Does he have the slender?
He's
shit?
coughing really badly.
And he has medicine?
And he's super cold, so he keeps his jacket on.
Oh, like
the whole
Alex.
time. Yeah.
Tim did it.
So.
Listen, if he's not masking, he's the carrier that started all this. He was missing first. Tim did it.
So anyway, so Jay goes back to this house. One of the first things he notices is the fact that the sink is completely clean now. There's no blood, no nothing in it. But like,
if someone's living there, you need to keep it clean. You can't just leave blood.
You gotta keep
lying
it clean. Okay, I forgot a detail that like completely blows that out of the water. The entire first level is a mess. There's like crumpled up paper everywhere for
maybe
no
no one
reason.
lives on the first level.
Like,
maybe they all have a party upstairs.
there's somebody living in the closet, you know,
yeah.
but with a bottle of water.
Maybe the closet
and,
is really clean.
It actually is.
Okay.
So, so Jay, when he's going up the stairs, excuse me, he notices this really weird, creepy doll.
And this is after the sink is clean.
No, this is before the sink, I believe.
Okay.
He notices it just like
of course, it's a
chilling
creepy
in the
doll.
corner.
Yeah.
All it is, it's this plush doll that is this long, slender, white thing. So he's like, oh, this is normal. So he goes through, and this is
Does he literally say this is normal?
No. But like he's looking through, and it's one of those things where I think I mentioned before about one of my favorite things about this series is how brilliantly it was edited.
Mm-hmm.
And like this is one of those things because like I don't remember if it's the bathroom or if it's another room, but Jay is looking around, and when he turns around to go back out the door, Masky is just kind of there looking at him.
Nice.
And then he bolts.
Masky or Jay?
Masky. And Jay tries to follow after him, but he can't find him. He finds the mask just dangling on a thing, but Jay keeps trying to go through doors, and he keeps winding up in like the same rooms that he was in before, and like nothing is as it should be. And there's a very important thing
Is
that
this the dimension hopping?
yeah, like
Oh, that's cool.
This is the very first instance of time shifting, because I made a point.
Oh, is that why he went during the day? Because is he there all freaking day?
Well, that's the thing. I made a point to say that he went during the day because technically he was only really there for like maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And he went in broad daylight, and by the time he leaves, it's like it's the dead of night.
Wow.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So so he winds up he wakes up at home. Like,
wait, he
I
doesn't
don't
even remember leaving the house? Wait, how does the clip end?
I think he, if I recall correctly, like he gets sick or he falls or like goes unconscious or something.
Does he do a coughing fit again?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
And he wakes up at home, doesn't know how he got there, and the camera just doesn't work anymore. So he needs to use a new camera.
Yeah.
So
is this where season 1 ends?
Yeah, it ends with a To the Ark video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, oh yeah, so To the Ark basically makes a thing saying that they were tired of waiting for Jay.
Nice.
They don't specifically call him out by name. This is one of those things where,
Did
like...
they just say you? Tired of waiting for you.
Yeah, so, yeah, so they say, like, that they're tired of waiting and that this had been a game before, but it's not a game anymore, and they, like... And I
Typical
believe,
villain lines.
Yeah, so I believe, if I recall correctly, this is the first time that they say that, like, you will take us to the Ark or something like that.
Oh, so name drop.
Yeah.
Ooh, so what's the Ark?
Well, that's the thing. That's another thing. We don't know for sure. Like,
Oh, did they never tell you?
To the Ark always references the Ark. The strongest case that can be made is that in this case, the Ark is like a safe haven or like a place where, you know,
You don't
like,
have weird dimension hopping monsters.
Exactly. So for all we know, this could be.
Why else would you want to go there?
Yeah. For all we know, this could actually be the other dimension away from all of this stuff.
Oh, so there are
it's
multiple dimensions.
Yeah, which we'll get into.
Right.
So
Got a fringe going on here.
yeah. So
Oh wait, no, fringe only has two. Never mind. Ignore
So
me.
Alex, when he sees the like, we're tired of waiting and we're coming for you
Yeah.
video, obviously he gets really spooked and he decides to leave. And
Okay,
he's-
but that would be smart. Are we sure?
yeah, so
Okay.
yeah.
Sorry.
So he goes on the lam,
Right.
and somebody he knows, while he's holed up in a hotel room somewhere, somebody he knows calls him and tells him, you need to turn on the news. And when he does, he sees that his apartment burned down.
Are we still in season 1?
Yeah,
Okay.
like this is the end.
The
of
end of season 1.
So he finds out that his apartment burned down,
Nice.
and as he's like trying to decide where to go from here because he wants to move from place to place and not stay someplace for very long, a package arrives at his hotel room with a tape in it that says, like, watch this.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, and oh yeah, it's a text. Like, he gets this weird text from this weird number that he doesn't know, and
Does it mention the package? Like, are
it
they
doesn't,
related?
but it
Okay.
mentions, like, a date. Or, like,
Oh.
it mentions, it was a string of numbers. This is where the Twitter comes into play.
Is it a timestamp?
Yeah, like, Jay posts it on Twitter and is like, does anybody have any
I thank
idea?
Deacon for talking about timestamps there.
Yeah, it's like, does anybody have any idea what this means?
String of numbers,
And a
timestamp.
bunch of people were like, oh, I think it's a date. And that was the general consensus that, yeah, this is a date. And on that date, Jay opens his door to his hotel room and he sees this box.
Oh,
in
so
front
it
of-
was a date. It wasn't
yeah.
a timestamp. Oh, never mind.
So
Thought I called it.
in the box, there is a tape. And the tape is labeled, watch this. So he puts the tape in and he watches it, and it starts off like a To the Ark tape. And then it shows this girl walking around this apartment, and then she turns the corner.
What apartment? Like any apartment?
Like her own apartment.
Oh, okay.
And she turns the corner, and Alex is lying down on the couch working on something on his laptop, and she's like, Alex, I thought you said we didn't have a camera. And it's Alex's girlfriend, Amy. And he's like, we don't have a camera. And he looks, and he gets kind of antsy once he sees the camera. And he's like, oh, yeah, that was my old camera from college. I was just going to sell it. Just put it back. And she's like, oh, but I thought you said we didn't have a camera. And he's like, well, I'm going to sell it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, put it back. Because he had, like, shoved it in, like, the very back of the closet.
Why didn't he just destroy it? I'd be so paranoid about this camera.
I don't know. So
I'm taking a hammer to that thing.
So she goes, okay, fine. Like, she makes a comment that there was a tape in there, and she tried to watch it, but it was all messed up. So she goes, okay, fine, I'll put the camera back. And she turns, and when she turns to go back down the hallway, the operator is in the hallway.
Oh,
so she
boy.
freaks out and screams, and Alex runs and is like, okay, like, I'm gonna open up the window, like, because they had, like, they were on the second floor of the apartment. So he wanted her to climb out onto, like, the little, like, it's not
Fire
a roof.
escape?
No, like, what is that called? Because it was like a house
Balcony?
apartment. No, like, it, like, you know when it's like an over, like, what is it
Where
called?
plants go?
No, like, It's not really a roof, but it's kind of like, it's a sheltered thing, like, you see it, like, over, I forget what but he wanted her to climb out onto this thing and then down to the street and run away. And it was dated, like, 4 days prior on April 4th.
Right.
Or, like, not 4 days prior, like, 2 weeks prior, rather. So, after
And To
this,
the Ark, we're assuming sent this, since it started out like a To the Ark film.
well, that's the thing.
That's why I said we
that's
assume.
what we assume at this point. And it ends with a red screen with, like, a scratched, like, message saying help.
Nice.
And Jay says, because he had made a comment before he showed that he got this, this package in the state.
Yeah.
That he was just gonna quit, and he was done
He
with
was
it.
giving up.
Yeah, and then
Nice.
he gets this package,
Right.
and he's like, okay, Alex is alive, and I'm gonna go find him. Like, this is proof that he's alive, and that, So, that is the end of season 1.
Woo!
And there are 2 important things about this.
Okay.
One of the things that I said when I first started talking about this is that Marble Hornets was not without its flaws.
Yeah.
One of the flaws is that there's a couple of, things that they kind of dropped from season 1 that they didn't really talk about. Part of the reason is because it was only ever supposed to be season 1. They never expected it to be as well
Popular.
received,
Yeah.
as it was. So then they kind of had to, they had to kind of, write everything, from there.
Oh, I was gonna say,
And,
did they not write anything before?
No, they had to kind of, figure out where they wanted to go from it, which is the second really interesting thing leading into season 2, because keep in mind, this is all in real time.
Right.
The length of time between season 1 and when season 2 started was 7 months. There was a 7-month gap between when season 1 ended and season 2 began. So season 2, like I said, it starts 7 whole months after the events of season 1. So, at the end of season 1, Jay was like, Alex is alive, I know he's alive, I need to go find him now.
Yeah.
7 months have passed with no word, and the first post is Jay saying he's at this hotel somewhere, and he doesn't have any recollection of the past 7 months at all. He just
Nice.
woke up one day, and here he is in this hotel, and...
Wait, but is it the same hotel from 7 months ago, or is it a new hotel?
No, it's in, we start from a hotel.
No, but
and-
in the last season, didn't he leave to a hotel and watch his apartment on
Oh,
fire?
no, it was a different place. It was
Okay.
a different place entirely,
But it
so-
was a hotel, right?
It was a hotel
Okay.
that he was staying. So,
So,
he's at a hotel.
Mhm.
It's a new hotel. It's not the same one that he was when
right, when his apartment burned down.
when his apartment burned down.
And he got the weird video.
Yeah. And he
Does
has
he still have the weird video? Or is that not important? It's
no,
not
like
important.
he already documented it. Like it's
Mm.
that the weird video that he received was the thing of Alex and Amy trying to
Oh, wait.
escape up. The
You said
operator.
he was gonna give up. Did he decide to not give up after receiving that video
Yeah,
before the
because-
7 months?
Yeah, because part of it was he wasn't really sure if, because there was that video that he saw of Alex saying basically everybody is gone, and he didn't see anything of Alex, so he just kind of assumed, or he wasn't sure about it, and then this was the first lighting.
No, the camera
Yeah.
was fuzzing me out.
Oh, okay.
I keep swiveling.
So, this was the first time that he had any sort of confirmation that Alex was actually alive.
Right, with the girlfriend.
Yeah, so this is why he decided not to quit, ultimately. So, 7 months later, he wakes up in this hotel he's never been in before.
Mm-hmm.
He's a long way away from home. He has
Oh.
no recollection of how he got there.
Wait, how does he find out where he is? Is it
he asks people. There's the thing is, one of the really weird things about this hotel is that, like, there's somebody at the front desk. We don't ever see the person at the front desk. Jay just says.
Wait, so the hotel is weird?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the weird thing about this hotel is, other than the person at the front desk that Jay says that he spoke to, there is one person on his floor. Only one other person that he ever sees, and she has the room next to him.
Weird.
So, one day, he goes out for, oh yeah, I'm sorry, like, he has a bag with him. There's a couple of things that he has with him. He has a chest camera that he has no idea where it came from. He just has this thing now.
Does he have money? Like,
he can't get into, like, there's a safe in his room, like there is in most hotel rooms, and he doesn't know what the combination is. So he tries, like, a bunch of combinations.
It's not in the room at all? Usually it'll be a little...
No, like, he doesn't have, like, he doesn't have a paper or something where he wrote it down or whatever. So he has his bag with him, and in the bag, he has clothes, a flashlight, painkillers, like, like, just basically, like, you know, like, ibuprofen or something from a general store or whatever, and a key. And he has no idea what this key goes to. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So you listed all the items you just had.
Yeah, so he has all those items, and so he basically doesn't go anywhere without, I mean, this is true of the entire series, he doesn't go anywhere
Without a camera. So the
But,
body
like,
cam must be great.
Yeah, so, like, he keeps wearing the body cam now. So, one day he goes out for, like, groceries or something, and when he comes back to, oh yeah, that's right, I'm sorry, when he spoke to, the person at the front desk, so, one of the things I forgot to mention before when I mentioned that, Jay mentioned that he spoke to the person at the front desk, when he spoke to the person at the front desk, he found out that his room was only rented for the night. So he
hasn't been there for 7 months.
Yeah, so he knows he hasn't been there the entire time, but he decides to extend his stay.
Yeah.
So...
We don't see this conversation, you said, right?
Jay just mentions that there was a person manning the front desk, and he went to speak to them. So, so he notices that there's this girl who is the only other person in the entire hotel.
Yeah, I was about to ask, did he talk to her?
Yeah, so he's coming back one day with some, like, supplies, like some groceries, and she kind of helps him, like, put everything in the room.
Right.
And she starts asking him questions like, oh, you know, like, what's the camera for? Like, you know, so he's like, oh, I'm filming a documentary. And she's like, oh, what are you filming a documentary about? And he's like, I'm filming a documentary about hotels. And she's like, oh, well, that makes sense. Like, we're in a hotel, you know. So she introduces herself as Jessica, and, like, they introduce themselves and everything. So, so he sees her around a couple more times.
Yeah.
And, like, the next time that he sees her, she makes another inquiry about, like, what he's doing there. And he says, oh, well, my house...
Say something different.
He says...
You keep your story straight!
Yep.
This is why Tim gets you. I don't actually know that. Don't listen to me.
So he says... So he says, oh, well, my house is being renovated, so I'm here until my house is done being renovated. So,
Did she call him on his bullshit?
well, not at first. So, he notes that there's, like, sometimes at night he hears weird noises coming from her room. So one night, because, like... So, like, in some hotels...
They have
like,
the door between the two
Yeah,
rooms.
they have the door between the two. So he opens
Because
his
you can
door.
sometimes get by both rooms, and now you've got adjoining rooms.
Yeah, so he opens his door.
Well, her door is closed, though, right?
Yeah, so he
Okay.
opens his door attached to her room and knocks on her door.
Mm-hmm.
And she opens it, and she's like, yeah, like, why are you... And he's like, oh, I just heard, like, some noises. And she's like, why do you have a camera pointed at my face? And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. I just heard some noises and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, I'm just gonna go back to bed. So she, like... So,
you keep changing your story. I don't care. I'm going to sleep, weird camera guy.
Yeah, no, exactly. So then, he decides that he needs to speak to her because everything is really weird. So, so yeah, so he knocks on her door and she answers and she's like, what? Like, what do you want? And,
She nasty now.
yeah, like, now she's like, and, I think she asks him again what he's doing there, and he's like, oh, well...
Don't say something different.
My job relocated me!
Oh my god! Like, what are you gonna do if multiple people asked you this?
Yeah. So, like, oh, I'm sorry, she asks him, like, but by this point she has, like, no, you know...
Chill?
Yeah,
She's
like, by
equally
this point
frustrated?
Yeah, by this point she's, like, kind of done with him, and then she shows up at his door, and she looks super frazzled. She looks like she hasn't slept in days. And she's like, you know... And that's when she asks him, and he says the third thing about how his job relocated. And that's when she calls him on his bullshit. She goes, that's not what you originally told me. First you told me you were filming a documentary. Then you told me that your house was being renovated. And now your job is relocating you. Like, you know, what's the story? And then she starts, like... saying, like, you know, are you having these symptoms, like, you know,
Shit.
and then she's like, no matter, it's one of those things that no matter how many times I see this series,
series.
yeah, like, this one part, like, there are a couple of parts that always get me, and this
like
is
you
one
learn
of them.
more, or like you're terrified?
No, that, like, I get chills, like, every time she looks at him and she goes, I don't know how I got here. And it's like, and it's super creepy because, like, she's in the same boat and she's like, you know, one day I just woke up and I was here and I don't know how I got here. Like, you know, like, have you noticed we are the only two people in this hotel and we have adjoining rooms, you know? And, like, when he first introduced himself, she asked if she would know him from somewhere because, like, he said that he was filming a documentary, and she was like, I don't know, your name kind of sounds familiar.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Were there any females working that movie with him that he, like...
No. The only, woman with the movie was
The Amy girl? The girlfriend?
Yeah, it was Sarah, the girl that was supposed to be Brian's ex-girlfriend in the movie.
No, okay.
No,
it's not
is
her.
that what you meant?
No, I meant
Jessica's somebody totally different.
I meant Alex's girlfriend, Amy.
No.
Who we saw. No, okay.
No. So.
Because those are like the only few females, so I was trying to figure out if we had seen her earlier. Or this is the first time.
So Jay says to her, "Okay,
I also don't know how I like."
Yeah. So Jay says, "Okay, calm down.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you everything. I will tell you the truth, but." Go pack a bag, we're gonna need to leave here tonight.
They leave both their adjoined doors open during this process, correct?
If I recall correctly, he says to leave her door ajar. So she goes to pack a bag, and, what'd you call it? So she goes...
The jar is not open and visible where I can see you and everything that's happening, but okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Jay.
So he goes into her room.
Wait, why?
Because...
While she's packing, or?
Well, that's the thing. He goes to check on her, and she's not there.
Is he about
Yeah,
to
she's not there. But he finds a piece of paper with 4 numbers on it.
Is it the code?
Well, that's the thing. Like when he can't find her, he finds this piece of paper, which the combination
code.
Yeah. So the combination is 1102, and the 0 has the X through it. Always a good sign. So he goes back into his. So at first he tries her locker, and it doesn't open. So he goes back to his room and tries it, and it opens to reveal a shit ton of tapes. So he quickly packs the tapes
and gets the hell out there.
But he puts the camera down when he does it, and the camera is facing him toward the door. And
the
Masky.
adjoined door. Oh, what did I just say?
Yeah. So Masky runs in, and he Jay fucking bolts. He doesn't know what happened to Jessica. He just leaves.
Wait, how do you upload the cam? Did he grab the camera before bolting?
Oh no, yeah, he grabbed the camera.
Okay.
He also had a hard drive with him. There was a video. I don't remember what the video was, but
Probably
it was
wasn't
no entry on there. Excuse me, but there's, I believe, I don't know if it's the same hard drive, but there's a hard drive with the tapes. But he bolts with everything, and he doesn't know what happened to Jessica, but he also doesn't want to go back to the hotel by himself.
Yeah.
So he starts watching.
So wait, what about the desk clerk?
We only ever hear about the desk clerk once, and that's when
you're bolting. Why wouldn't you stop at the front desk and be like, "Dude's chasing me. Can we call the cops?"
It's Jay. It's Jay we're talking about here. You are expecting way too much from the little
Yes,
lemming.
I am.
So,
not as much a lemming as Gideon claims me to be, because I would have called the cops several times.
Yes, you would have.
Several times. Alright, continue.
So, Jay starts to watch the tapes that were in his locker. And the tapes are from the previous 7 months. So basically, all of season 2 is Jay filling in the gap of what happened.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like with all the tapes, right?
Yeah, so that he cannot remember from the past 7 months. So, Jay did find Alex.
Oh, yay!
And the two of them started trying to work together.
Wait, what about his girlfriend? Is she okay?
Well, that's the thing. Alex tells Jay that he needs his help trying to find Amy because he has no idea where Amy is.
Oh no!
So,
is she gonna be at the hotel?
No.
Does the hotel come back?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, continue.
So, one of the first, videos, one of the first things on the tape, is they go look at this, shack somewhere, in a wooded area.
Nice.
And, I forget what Jay says, but I don't know if he says, Alex or whatever, but Alex walks in and, does, the shush sign and points. Yeah, and Masky comes out, and they attack Masky.
Yes! Vindication!
And Alex pulls Masky's mask off.
Tim?
It's fucking Tim. So here's the thing. When we took
flailing my shit right now.
So when we took a break earlier and I went outside and I saw Gideon, I literally whispered to him. I gave 0 context clues and she knows that it's Tim already.
You know why? Because what'd he say?
He looks at me and he goes, "She does that."
Because I'm sorry, when a character's missing in the beginning, that is a big red flag to me, and I always accuse them first.
But here's the thing,
Until Dawn, spoiler, you can mute this.
Love
but
Until Dawn.
I accused Josh the entire game, even after he died. I'm like, you know what, I still think he was involved, I don't know how. And then when it revealed he was alive, I did the exact same thing.
You know what's really funny to me? With Until Dawn, I figured out the super complicated thing, but the really obvious thing, I was like, no way! When it happened.
Alright, continue.
Yeah. So,
Fucking Tim.
the thing that I didn't mention from the To the Arc video in season 1 that could have been talking to Maskey, there was a picture of Tim superimposed over one of the, over one of the...
So it was hinted it was
scenes.
Tim earlier at some
Plus, in all of the videos, and I very specifically didn't mention this, the jacket that he's wearing is the same jacket that Maskey wears. So, like, there are context clues.
My guess that it's Tim was super cool, but everyone else's, you had clues.
But that's the thing, it's like, yeah, so it's like, but that's what I meant when I told Gideon, like, I gave her none of the context clues, like, on purpose, so I could be like, ooh, check this out, like, when it happened, and you're like,
I was half
Tim.
joking, but now I'm just happy I was right.
And you're like, it's fucking Tim, and I'm like, god damn it, Bat. I'm super impressed, but anyway.
I almost wondered if it was going to be Seth, because I made fun of his name, but I'm really happy it was Tim.
So they
sorry to all the Seths out there.
So they attack Maskey. Alex pins him down, and Jay has a knife on him at this point. And Alex goes, "Give me the knife," and Jay's like, "I'm not gonna give you the knife." So they had like
wait to Alex?
Yeah, like Alex was like, "Give me the knife." And
wait,
Jay
doesn't he trust Alex right now?
Because he doesn't want him to kill Tim.
Oh, he wants to kill. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's like, he doesn't want him to do this. So he's like, you know, so it's like, I'm not going to give you the knife. And they had like zip ties on them. So he ties up Tim.
Yeah.
And he walks away and grabs this giant rock. And Jay is like, what are you doing?
Does he kill Tim?
No, he breaks his leg.
Ooh.
Yeah, so then like, there's like...
I mean, I don't blame him. I would break his leg.
So,
not in, like, the fun, supportive, do-great way.
So, there's footage on the tape after this, but it took a little bit for Jay to be able to see what it was, because it was corrupt data. But he manages to get some of it, and he, like, he captions what he could hear of it.
Yeah.
And it's afterwards, after that happened, and Jay is like, why did you do that? And he's like, I could have, and Alex goes, I could have done a lot worse, and I probably should have. And he's like, you broke his leg, like, you know.
I mean,
so
again, you know, that's,
yeah, so Jay
gets him to stop following him, I hope, unless the magic slender virus makes him super Healy boy.
So Jay, so Alex says something about, like, you need to lay low or something like that. And Jay is like, yeah, you know, what have I been doing? And then he said, and Alex says, you know, you got a text saying when you would get a package, and then the package was at your door when you got it. You're not exactly hard to find. So this says two things.
Wait.
Yeah.
Did Jay tell Alex this?
Nope. So this means two things.
Alex has
One,
been watching him.
Alex is watching the series, and two...
Oh, right, he keeps putting it on YouTube. Duh.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Alex was very aware of the series, and two, Alex was the one that made the tape. It was not to the Ark. Alex made the tape.
Wait, Alex is... Oh, wait. Alex is to the Ark?
No,
oh, wait, you said we don't know that. I'm sorry. No,
yeah,
Alex made the tape that was sent to him? The text?
Yeah.
Oh.
He was trying to get Jay to, like, I guess help him or whatever. Yeah. So, so he gets this, I forget how
Jay
he
must be
gets...
pissed.
Yeah, but, like, Jay's an idiot, so he doesn't put two and two together. But this also means that Alex
Wait, he doesn't be like, how'd you know about that?
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He doesn't question it at all.
Strangle Jay.
God, he's so stupid. Like, I love Jay to death, but he's so
Was Jay
stupid.
the Twitter account? Did people tell him he was stupid on a daily basis?
No, but they should have. But
wait, who was the Twitter account? Or was it Jay?
Jay ran the Twitter account. Excuse me. But
good old alcohol.
Dear God, Jay. Like, I love Jay to death, but he's so dumb. He's so
Lemmings
dumb.
are cute, but you get frustrated with them.
Like, there are so many times where I just want to take Jay by the shoulders and be like, dude. But,
Bruh.
yeah, so, I forget how he gets this tape, but, like, or if it was, oh no, he doesn't get, it's not a tape. Somebody else, and this starts to happen on the Marble Hornets account, somebody else posts a video, and it's of who we assume is Alex's birthday, like when he was a little kid. It's from, like, it's footage from, like, 1995.
Okay.
Yeah.
95?
Yeah, like 1995, and it's, like, really weird, and, you know, it's just his birthday party, and, like,
How did
the
the Marble
voices
Hornets
are
come
kind
out?
of... Marble Hornets, shit. Okay,
Well, actually,
so
I
it
guess
was-
95. How old was he in the birthday? Do we know?
He
Is
was...
there a cake with an age on it?
I don't remember. Okay, so Marble Hornets, Alex Crayley was, like, tried to make his movie around 2006, because that's when, that's when, he gave Jay the tapes, and he says that he found the tapes 3 years later, so the series started in 2009, roughly. So,
Okay, so wait.
So if it was in 1995, I'm bad at math if you want to try.
Oh, well, I was about to say it couldn't be in 1995, because if they were college students in 2006,
Yeah.
10 years before that, I mean, well, I guess unless they went to college at 18, which you can do, but...
Well, yeah, that's when I started college.
Well, I mean, but by that point you're in, like, community college. Like, I don't know if you call yourself a film student in
Well,
your first...
you could declare a major right away in some
Okay,
schools.
yeah, you're right.
Like, unless
I guess
you're
it
like...
just feels like if you're developing a film for your film class, you're late year. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I guess he could have been 8 or 10 in the birthday thing then. Yeah, alright.
So, it's sort of, yeah. Like,
Sorry,
it kinda
we're
checks out.
analyzing something that's probably not that important.
So, so here's the next entry after that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mentioned that there are some flaws in Marble Hornets. There is literally only one thing in the entire series that makes me angry.
Oh.
And it's this thing. Because
This thing?
there's a tape where it's Jay and Alex and they're walking around in the woods.
Wait, before you get to this, what about
Yeah.
the birthday?
Oh, it was
Should
just
I ca-
like this weird video that somebody posted.
But how do we know it's Alex's birthday? What is
Because like it shows. Okay, so at first it shows like a bunch of
birthday.
kids
Yeah,
like
yeah.
outside and like they're exchanging presents.
Yeah.
And then they're singing, and then the next it cuts to a scene with where they're singing Happy Birthday, and they say Happy Birthday, dear Alex.
Okay.
Yeah, so like you know it's supposed to be Alex.
Okay.
So
So back to the
it's-
woods that makes you angry.
so it's very highly about that. It's very highly inferred that To The Ark posted that
Okay.
on the Marble Hornets channel.
So we know it's not Alex, like.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Sounds
and
like
we
that's a
also
good
know that whoever To The Ark is hates Alex. So
Is it Seth? We don't know. I keep forgetting. Keep telling me we don't know who To The Ark is. I'm just like, Seth is gone. What did he do? He was the first person mentioned to be gone. Now I'm suspicious of Seth. Tim's done. I was right about Tim. Coming after you now, Seth.
so
Sorry. Continue.
so anyway, so in this thing that makes me mad, there's this part where they're in the middle of this. Oh, I am so sorry. I forgot like a super key thing,
That's
like
okay.
that explains where they are right now.
Oh, in the woods?
Yeah. So
Okay.
when Jay was was at the hotel.
At the hotel.
And he would, like, try to, like, there were a bunch of times where he tried to, like, get his bearings about, like, where he was and, like, you know, the area surrounding.
Yeah.
And he found this park called Rosswood. And Rosswood is actually super important, and I hate myself for not mentioning it.
I'm just thinking about a forest full of Ross from Friends.
That's the worst forest ever. I would take the operator off of that any day. Fuck Ross. Ross Geller sucks. But
I've actually never watched Friends. Well, okay, I've seen out of context parts of Friends where I don't know what's going on.
The beginning of the earlier seasons were great, and then once it became all about Ross and Rachel, it kind of sucked because Chandler and Monica were the far better couple, and nobody
So they were the Lily
that.
Marshall, basically.
Yeah.
Sorry, keep going. So you hate the woods, and they were important because
Yeah.
there's
so,
Rosswood.
It's Rosswood Park, and there's a normal
Will it be there for
sort
you?
of park. What do you mean?
I'm sorry.
I just got that. I'm drunk, Bat. You have
Sorry,
to give
go
me a
on.
minute. So there's like a camping sort of area with like a picnic table or whatever. There's some I think there's a jungle
It's
gym.
It's a park.
Yeah,
right.
and then there's a wooded area where there are hiking trails.
And murders.
And murders. So in this one video that I hate,
oh.
I almost said Ross. Ross and Rachel. Alex and Jay are walking through one of the trails, and they're in the woods, and Alex tells him the story about this used to be considered hallowed ground, and they would take criminals out here, and they would tie them to trees, and it supposedly stretched them out, and they would take the worst criminals, especially people that did horrible things with kids and blah blah blah, and they would and sometimes they would burn them when they were still alive on the trees.
They what am I thinking of? They I'm blanking on the name.
Origin story?
No.
Like that?
They holy crap. The hit movie In the Woods. The first found footage film to start the genre.
Blair Witch?
They Blair Witched it, is what you're telling me, where there's a weird story in the woods that has
So
to
here's
do...
the thing.
Yeah.
The first time I saw that, and every time I saw that until I watched it with commentary, I thought that was brilliant. I was like, oh my god, that's so cool, because they only bring it up once, but it's a really great origin story for what the operator is. I watched it with commentary, and they literally were like, oh yeah, everybody thinks that that's something, but it's really nothing. It was just a thing that Alex said. And I was like, you missed such an opportunity here.
Again, like Blair Witch, where the story of the Blair Witch is brought up once, and then...
Yeah, and...
Spoiler alert, even though it's a million years old, that's how it ends, is that story, basically.
Yeah, and and in a series,
about hidden clues and context, everything you say is important.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, in a thing, and I mentioned this earlier at the start, I love Marble Hornets more than I love, a lot of things. Marble Hornets is super important to me. This is one of the few things that I look at and I'm like, come on, guys. This, you had a thing, and then you were like, nah, we're gonna throw it away.
So the woods are spoopy. The woods is spoopy.
Basically, and that's actually what Jay says. He's like, so, what did you do? You, took me in here to tell me spooky ghost stories? Is that the only reason we're here?
Yeah.
And, so, he just kind of... I think the tape is gonna run out. Yeah, so that's what it is. That particular tape is gonna run out. So he, puts it down on the floor and tries to change tapes, and that's where that ends. So the next thing is, yeah, so Jay is sitting around, and he in the trunk of his car, he's got, it's not a minivan, but it's something like that.
Is it like our car, or it's like?
Yeah, it's like it's
you can
a
slide the
little bit
back
like your
down.
car.
You could sleep in it.
Yeah, exactly. He actually does sleep in the trunk of his car a couple times. So he has the trunk of his car open. He's parked somewhere, and he gets a call from Alex, and it says meet me at Rosswood Park, but he never specifies a time. So so he goes.
Does this poor guy wait there all day?
Well, I think he says tomorrow, meet me at Rosswood. Okay. So Jay, being on the lam as it is, goes and drives to Rosswood, to the parking lot. Yeah, and just sleeps there.
Oh, no.
And so, like, as he's sleeping, you see this, like, person walking by, and, like, they just kind of, like, walk by and don't really do anything. And, that is the first... oh, yeah. So that was actually there's I believe a To the Ark video where it's from that person's perspective, like, watching Jay sleep. But,
So you said there's a fan theory that Masky is related to the Ark, but not to the Ark.
yes. So this would be the second member of To the Ark. The fan theory that seems to be the most plausible is that there are 3 members of To the Ark. This would be the second member who we're going to meet kind of in the next thing. So the next day, Alex wakes up. So the next day, Alex wakes up, and Alex wakes up. Jay wakes up, and he tries to call Alex. He doesn't get a response. So Jay, the little lemming that could...
Wait, did To the Ark post the video yet? Like...
yes, I believe so.
Okay.
So
has Jay watched it yet?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So Jay decides to explore the woods on his own because Alex never gave him a time that he was going to show up. So...
You don't go alone!
Oh, yeah, no, you don't, because...
You just learned a murder story about the woods!
He went, 2 miles.
God.
He went, 2 miles into the woods. And that's the thing, I want to, something I probably, I forgot to mention, you just said, he just heard the spooky story. These tapes are also out of order, so Jay is trying to figure out, where everything falls into place. So this actually happened before the spooky ghost story in the woods.
Oh, okay.
But he knows that he probably should not be going into the woods by himself.
Right, he knows something weird's happening. He watched someone get kidnapped.
Yeah, every time he does something alone, bad shit happens.
Right.
So he goes, at least 2 miles into the woods, and he finds this, it's not really, an altar-like thing, but it's, it's this structure made with rocks.
Yeah.
And the audio and the visuals get distorted, and he turns around, and the operator is there. So he freaks out, drops the camera, and runs for his life. So somebody picks up the camera and makes it back to Jay's car, opens the door, and puts the camera in the front seat. And
someone,
yes.
You said? Okay.
Yes.
Is this another To the Ark video?
This is, yes. Actually, the To the Ark video, is the one that shows, the person putting... I think it was a To the Ark video. No, it wouldn't have been. It was on the Marble Hornets account, I believe, because there is a person who keeps posting occasionally to the Marble Hornets account that is not Jay. That just, signs on.
Oh, just signs in and
yeah.
just... Oh, nice. Cool.
So this person puts the camera on the seat and walks around to the front of the car. And it's a person wearing a hoodie, and he has this, weird, cloth mask on that looks like this kind of crazy frowny face kind of thing.
So this is our new Masky?
Okay, so this, again, this character wasn't given a name by the creators. So
that's why
the
it
name,
says Masky.
yeah. So the name that the fan base gave him is Hoodie. So because he wears the hood.
Masky and
so
Hoodie,
Masky
best
and
friends
Hoodie.
forever.
Yes. So Hoodie puts the camera back in the car. So, I am going to, real quick, explain a thing to you about To the Ark, because you keep saying that you think it's Seth, this other character.
Well, we don't know, right?
Okay, so the general consensus is that the 3 members of To the Ark are
the 3 actors.
Masky, Hoodie, and Seth.
Oh, okay.
Seth would kind of be the ringleader, the person who initially was posting.
So I'm wrong that he's Hoodie.
Things. Yeah,
but
so Seth is not Hoodie.
He did a
but
thing.
Seth is
So you just figured you'd tell me now, basically.
Yes. because there's a video, I believe it's something that Jay finds in the second season, where, because the initial, like, the earlier to the arc videos, a lot of them had something to do with, like, rain and, like, water and, like, flooding and stuff like that. And there's an old tape during the time that Marble Hornets was being filmed of Jay, Tim, Brian, and Seth. And they, like, run underneath, like, this thing for shelter. They run underneath this thing for shelter, and, like, it's pouring rain. And there's a school of thought that the other member might be Sarah, but I don't think that really holds much water. I'm pretty sure
because
it's
she's
Seth.
probably barely involved, I feel like.
But that's the thing, like, she's not really mentioned that much. The only real, like, tangible evidence that they might have for that is that at one point there's a person who's holding the camera who seems, like, smaller than everybody else. Yeah. But that's basically it. Like, right. Seth is mentioned more, Seth appears more.
Well, again, the fact that Seth was with Alex, like, as the last person when he's like, everyone's gone. That tells me that Seth has been along this with whatever happened with Alex the longest, and it's probably why he hates him.
Yes, but Seth is not this person.
Well,
Seth is not Hoodie. So Hoodie leaves the camera in the car.
Okay.
So we go back to, like, one of the tapes.
So Hoodie's probably Brian.
So there is I mentioned that Jay found an external hard drive in the thing. So a lot of the footage that was found on the hard drive. Okay, so anything on the tapes was filmed by Jay. Anything on the hard drives was an Alex thing. So he uploads a video, from Alex's perspective. And Alex goes to Rosswood, and he can't find Jay, and he calls Jay, and he's like, I have no idea why you would go in the woods without me. I'm here, So Alex is like, whatever, I'm just gonna go into the woods. So Alex starts trying to go into the woods, and at one point he sees Jay running the opposite way, and Jay's just like, run! So he runs, and he sees Jay, and Jay is like out of breath, and he's like sitting up against a tree, and Alex is like, what the hell? And Jay goes, that thing is in there. And he's like, it's in there. Nice, and he's like, yeah. And he goes, okay, well, do you have your camera? And he goes, no, I dropped it. And Alex is like, you dropped it.
He's not using the body cam?
No, like, he has... No, because at this point, he doesn't have the body cam. The body cam is actually...
it's after. I forgot this is the past we're watching.
The body cam is actually Alex's. And we find this out after the fact. But, like... Because I think Alex is actually wearing the camera at this point. But, like...
if Jay dropped the camera and we're watching the recording of this, it has to be.
So it's on the hard drive. Anything from Alex's perspective was found on the hard drive. So, he, so they go back to their cars. And Alex is like, I wanted you to help me find Amy. And Jay is like, I am gonna help you, just not today. And Alex is like, why not? And he goes, because of what just happened. So he goes to get into his car. And he goes, wait.
So Alex's? Or?
No, Jay goes to get into his own car. As Alex is going to get into his. And Alex hears Jay go, wait.
Because he sees the camera hoodie put
Yeah, and Alex is like, oh, what? And he picks it up and he goes, my camera was in my car. So Alex is like, alright, whatever, like, because Jay says that the battery is dead. So he's like, alright, whatever, just go back to wherever you're staying right now, look at the footage later, whatever.
Well, he's not staying anywhere, right? Isn't that the whole problem? That's why he slept in the parking lot, or is he?
So I don't know what the deal is at that point. So, the next thing that they decide to do together they decide to go back to Amy's apartment, which is obviously where Alex and Amy ran from the operator. So,
Are they gonna see if she's there?
yeah, like they're like it's one of those things where like, you know, like maybe by some chance they know, like, because it's like it's a house. It's one of those things where like it's a house that they're renting, but like it's a duplex, so they figured that they'd ask if anybody saw Amy. So they get back into the car, and Alex starts dialing, and Jay goes, "Who are you calling?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm calling Amy's roommate." So he gets on the phone.
Is that the girl that vanished?
"Hey, Jessica. Yeah, this is Alex. It's Amy's boyfriend. I just want to know, like, if you've seen her
Wait.
recently."
Did she ever tell Jay her name?
Yeah.
Okay, so he
Yeah,
knows.
they introduced themselves.
Okay.
But at this point, yeah.
He doesn't
but this
connect
is
the dots
before-
because he's a lemming?
No, but at this
Oh.
point, like, all of these
Oh,
videos...
it's before.
Yeah, all of these videos are
okay.
before.
I keep
Like,
forgetting.
Yeah, like, it's actually, even, like, watching it, it's kind of, sometimes it's hard to, like,
Right.
remember that this is not
It's
happening
before,
right now.
it's before.
Because, so, like, up until this point, the entire series has happened in the here and now.
Right, and
but
this is the past.
This is just filling up, like,
Yeah.
what has happened the past 7 months. So all of this is in the past at this point.
Right.
So he's like, you know, "Hey, Jessica, like, it's Alex, blah, blah, blah." So...
But now he has cue cards with now them, right? Like, now Jay has little notes, right?
Yeah, well,
Does he realize that that's the girl, like, in his now notes?
Yeah, like, now he's, like, watching the tapes, and
That's
he's
why I said
like,
that you know how the
yeah.
screen goes black with his little notes during
Yeah,
the video.
yeah,
So he
now
mentions,
he's like, "Oh, like,
Oh, that's
this
Jessica."
is who
Yeah.
Amy is, I mean, Jessica
Jessica.
is." So he winds up, like, he drops Jay back off at his car, and he goes back to his apartment, where he has something of a run-in with the operator, and after that, the next thing on the camera is he calls Jessica back, and Jessica doesn't answer this time either. Like, he left a message last time. So he leaves another message, and he says to Jessica, "Hey, Jessica, it's Alex. Just disregard my other message. I got back in touch with Amy. Everything's great." Jay makes a note at the end of that there is nothing he's seen so far that proves that Alex got in touch with her. So that's really weird, and why would he say that?
Wait, so Alex said he got in touch with her?
Yeah, so he says, "Disregard my last message asking you if you have heard from her, because she talked to me, we're good. Like, I know where she is and everything." So, I think Jay, at this point, if I recall correctly, is starting to either
Suspect
get...
Alex?
Yeah, he's starting to get fed up with him. He's starting to suspect that, like, not everything's on the up and up with him. So he, yeah, so he, anyway, there's a tape from Alex's perspective. Excuse me. After
Wait.
the part, yeah.
Past Jay is suspecting, or current
Yes.
Jay is
No, past Jay
Okay.
is suspecting. Because there's a part where Alex gets lured into... Like, he gets lured into the woods by Hoodie, and he gets ambushed by Hoodie and Masky, if I recall.
What?
Yeah.
Isn't his leg broke?
By this point, I don't remember how long it's been, and I don't remember if
I guess
this
if it's
is...
been 6 to 8 weeks, he could be better, right? That's how long a breakage takes.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly how long it's been by this point, but yeah, like he's ambushed, and before they can kill him, an unseen force shows up and scares them both off, protecting Alex.
An unseen force.
Yep. But I should probably tell you that there was distortion and everything in...
So the operator is coming in, saving the day?
The operator is protecting Alex. So, while this is going on, Jay is trying to search Alex's apartment. And Alex comes back at this point, and at first he doesn't suspect anything, but Jay is an idiot, of course,
Right.
and he left his flashlight on the chair of Alex's thing. So, and Jay is, like, hiding in Alex's closet. So Alex, like, I believe Alex opens the door of the closet and is like, "Hey, Jay, you forgot your flashlight." Or something like that. So he's like, "What are you doing in here?" Yeah.
Little claps.
Yeah, but the operator shows up. And so Jay freaks out. And on his way out, he, like, grabs the key that Alex has, his spare key, and, like, runs out. And he notes that Alex never ran after him and didn't seem to make a break for it at all. And he just kind of stayed there, despite the fact that the operator was in his apartment.
Is this why he's getting suspicious of him, or?
Well,
Well, I mean, he was already suspicious, I guess, but this is not helping.
So, he meets... So he asks Alex to meet with him in a parking lot somewhere, and they get into an argument.
Not at Rosswood?
No, not at Rosswood.
Sorry.
So, they get into an argument, and he's like, and he goes, like, I wanted you to help me find Amy, and blah, 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 and, like,
Wait.
you're doing, what?
Is this after he was like, "Oh, I spoke to Amy, everything's fine"?
Yeah. Because Jay doesn't know this at this point. Jay is only finding this out currently, that
Right.
this all took place. So he's like, I wanted you to help me find Amy, and blah blah blah. Like you're only, like you're constantly pulling stunts like this, and you're only making things worse, and blah blah blah. So Jay is like, give me Jessica's number. I want to get in touch with Jessica. And he's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. So Alex keeps his keys, like, in, like, one of those, like, hikers clips things.
Yeah.
Like, on his belt loop. And Jay takes it from him, throws it in his own car, and locks the door, and refuses to give him his keys back until he gives him Jessica's number. So he gives him Jessica's number.
Now
and he's
that's
like,
how you get a girl's number. Sorry.
Yeah. So he's like, can I have my keys back? And he calls the number. He's like, no, I'm not going to give you your keys back, like, until I know for sure that this is what,
Right. It's not a random string of numbers.
So, once he realizes that it actually is the right person's number, he opens the car door, gives him his keys back.
How? Voicemail?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he gives him his keys back and he drives away. So he gets in touch with Jessica, and like, he calls Jessica, I think, like, the following day, and Jessica actually answers.
Oh, okay. Good
And he's like, hi, I'm a friend of Alex's, Amy's boyfriend, and he starts, like, asking her questions, and she says to him, well, that's weird, because Alex told me that he got in touch with Jessica, and, like, everything was fine.
Amy, you mean?
Amy, and everything was fine, And Jay says, oh, really? Because, like, I've been helping him try to find Amy.
And he said that
Yeah, and he hasn't said anything to me about that. Like, he never mentioned that she got in touch with him or anything. So, he starts to really suspect Alex. So he starts to tail him wherever he goes. And he notices that most days, or basically every day, Alex goes to Rosswood Park. So but he never follows him into the park, for obvious reasons, except for one day.
Right.
And I forget, there was a specific reason why he followed him that one day, and I don't remember it.
Well,
but, like,
of a phone call, or
no, like, I don't remember. But there's actually, like, this thing, from Alex's perspective, he, like, from that day that he follows Alex into the woods, from Alex's perspective, he's wearing the chest cam, I believe. No, he's not. He has a handheld at that point. And you hear Alex mumble, like, don't follow me, I know you're there. And he says it, like, twice, but he just keeps going. And there's this, like, weird tunnel-like thing in Rosswood that Alex keeps going to. And, so he's just kind of there.
Tunnel.
Yeah, and Jay is, at this point, like, following him, and, like, Alex kind of hears him. So he turns around, and Jay, like, hides behind a tree. And I think Jay leaves at that point, but Alex stays. And then there's a guy who this random dude that just shows up. And, I wonder if was it at this point?
Random dude.
Oh, yes.
Dude.
Yes.
Okay.
It does happen at this point because Jay...
I'm ready. What happens?
Okay, so Jay didn't even want to upload this footage from Alex. He decides that he has to,
Is
just
Alex
in case...
gonna die?
So he decides that he has to upload this just in case anything ever happens to him or any of the tapes. So it's from Alex's perspective, like I said, like the don't follow me thing. So he goes to this thing, and he's there, and then this random dude that nobody's ever seen before, including Alex, just shows up and it's like, hey man, are you okay? And Alex loses his shit. And he turns around and he goes, I told you not to follow me, and attacks the guy. And tries to choke him to death. And while the guy is, like, sort of unconscious, Alex walks off and grabs this giant rock, and then the screen goes black, just as Alex, like, lifts the rock. And Jay says on the black screen, like, what I, like, removed, Alex smashes the rock against this person's head at least 4 separate times. Alex straight up murders this guy.
Well...
And then the operator shows up.
Is Amy dead?
Amy's just gone. We don't know where she is.
I think Amy's dead.
Amy's probably dead.
I think Amy is dead.
So.
Continue.
So, yeah, he, what'd you call it? So, this happens, and then the operator shows up, and then, like, some blinky shit happens, like, what normally does.
Right.
And the body is just gone. It's just gone.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, so the next tape is, Jay thinks it's actually, like, what happened before the spooky ghost story in the woods thing that I told you about before.
Yeah.
And he's like, so Alex goes, like, they're walking in the woods together, and Alex is like, did you steal anything from my apartment? And Jay's like, no, you caught me, remember? And Alex is like, okay, let me rephrase that. Did you successfully steal anything from my apartment? Because he's missing...
Wait, so him breaking into his apartment was before the spooky ghost story in the woods?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yeah.
Alright.
So he just found that tape before he found the other one?
No, yeah, well, everything's out of order, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So, So Alex says, I'll tell you... Shit. Fuck. There's something about Jessica is said here. I can't remember now. But it's like,
Something along the line. You don't have to say the exact
yeah,
lines.
so
Along the lines
I
of...
think Jay asks him if he ever heard back from Jessica or whatever, and, like, Alex makes a comment about how, like, I don't remember exactly what happened. But yeah, so, hang on. Let me refer to my notes, because there was a thing I wrote. Oh, yeah, so, like, so one day Jay waits, like, the key that he stole was the spare, I don't know if I mentioned that it was the spare key to the apartment.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
Okay, so, like, so he stole the key, so he waits one day for Alex to leave, and he goes in, and he finds this tape. So he takes the tape from the apartment, and,
Is it him killing Amy?
no, but, the footage on that tape is of Tim, not Tim, Brian and...
Seth?
No, Brian and Alex going on this location scout thing to this place.
For the movie, right?
Well, yeah, for the
Location
movie.
scout,
like,
so, yeah.
way back, like, when they were
When
in
things were
college.
normal, yeah.
Exactly. So it's this, like, burned down, like, hospital that is trying to, like, they want to use it as, like, oh, this was Brian's school that burned down when he was a kid, or blah, blah, blah. So,
Inception Brian's school.
Inception Brian. So, like, they're going through the whole thing, and all of a sudden, the fucking operator shows up. And, at one point, like, I think Brian finds Tim in this room. And it's like, and he's like coughing up a lung. And at the end of this tape, because I believe Alex attacks Brian and knocks him out at the end of this one. At the end of this tape, Jay makes a note that he thinks that Alex is starting to lure people, or was luring people there on purpose for the operator, essentially.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Classic Alex.
Yeah.
Being the operator's biffle.
So at one point, like, Alex, when they're in the woods, Alex says, you know, like, I need you to come back here next time you come, make sure you bring Jessica, because I found a thing and it pertains to Amy and I think that you both should see it. So they go and Alex pulls a fucking gun on them and tries to kill them both. And who shows up and saves the day?
Operator.
Maskey.
Tim, you unpredictable son of a bitch.
So, Maskey and Hoodie this whole time have been working against Alex, and they're actually good guys. And you don't really fully understand that until season 2. Especially because, like, Jay's been attacked by Maskey and everything.
So when Maskey was just chilling in Jay's apartment, he was protecting him.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Essentially.
Tim?
Yes.
Sorry for everything I said.
I
still knew it was you, but I didn't know exactly what was you, and I feel like I owe you a deep apology. Is that the end of season 2?
Yeah, basically. So after...
Well,
yeah, so after that...
But is after that part of season 2, or is that season 3 now?
No, we're just about
to
season 3. So, like... So after Maskey shows up and attacks Jay, and attacks Alex, and basically rescues Jay and Jessica, they make their way to... They decide to go someplace where Alex won't find them. So they go to this hotel, and they're like... And Jay says to Jessica, okay, like, we should just stay for the night, and then we'll figure out what to do from there.
Is it the hotel from the...
Yeah, where he knows Jessica from, like, in real time.
Right, okay. So we're caught up at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
So he says to her, like, okay, like, we should leave tomorrow, like, tomorrow we'll just stay for tonight, you know, and then he's like, oh, you know, like, I'm gonna put all of these tapes in my thing.
The combination
Yeah,
safe.
and he says, you know, like, it should be a thing that both of us know, just in case, like, if something happens to me, that you can get to them easy too. So, like, so he suggests first, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, and she's like, that's a bit too easy. And then she goes, oh, why not the last 4 digits of my phone number, which are, like, 1102. So that's where they get that. And the reason they don't remember the past 7 months is because the operator showed up in Jessica's room that night, and Jay tried to, like, rush the operator, but because the operator showed up, it was, like, such a powerful thing that it completely wiped their memory from the past 7 months. So neither of them remembered each other, neither of them remembered that, like, they, like, how they even got there, and that's, like, it was the very next day that we got the
memory
entry. The first entry in 7 months.
That's
from
crazy.
Jay. So...
And now we're up to season 3.
Yeah, so season 2 ends with Jay going into the town around where that, where the hotel was, and he sees Tim in the town.
Unmasked Tim.
Yes, just regular Tim.
Okay.
Yeah. So now we're up to season 3. And I'm gonna try to get through this as quickly as possible.
So Tim and Seth into the Ark are good guys.
Yeah.
That's something.
They fucking hate
They
Alex.
fucking hate Alex.
Yeah, so...
I mean, you know what?
Yeah.
It's good character when you hate someone who's sacrificing people to a weird dimensional being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so Jay sees Tim around this town and
Mhm.
decides to stick around, and okay, so I actually forgot to mention something way back in season 1. In season 1, Jay got in touch with Tim to see if he could, like, find out anything about Alex and his whereabouts and why Alex would have left by getting in touch with him and pretending that he was going to continue making Alex's movie.
Oh.
So he wanted Tim to screen test for it. But the screen test was mostly just him asking
About Alex?
Tim questions. Yeah, about Alex, about the production.
Oh
and,
wait,
like,
what's
why...
a screen test?
Okay, so what a screen test is like if somebody like is auditioning for something, they will test them by like filming them doing the thing to see
okay.
like so that's what a screen test is. So so what happened was fast forward to season 3, Jay decides that he's going to still pretend to be making the movie when he talks to Tim.
Tim's about to spill the beans.
Well, that's the thing.
Does he not?
Tim doesn't have any memory of what happens when he's in the masky state. Like,
So how does this go by then?
so, Jay sees Tim walking out of, like, an antique store. So, but the antique store is, like, going out of business. So, so Jay keeps trying to, like, so Jay catches them, like, when they're open, like, one of the rare times, and and describes Tim, and is like, hey, have you ever seen this guy? And they said, yeah, you know, like, he comes in here sometimes, like, he mostly goes to the doctor's office, like, a couple doors down from us. So he basically fucking waits for Tim, and he finds out that it's a mental health facility that Tim is going to. So he runs into Tim, and he's like, hey, you know, do you remember me? Like, I'm still trying to finish Alex's work, you know, and, like, I would like, if you could still help me. So Jay is like, so Tim is like, yeah, like, I'm really late for my appointment, but yeah, totally, like, I'll talk to you about it afterwards. Jay waits for Tim to be done with his appointment. So Tim walks out and is like, oh, I'm sorry, like, if I had known that you were waiting for me, I would have been quicker. And Jay is like, oh no, like, I was just in the neighborhood anyway, I didn't actually wait for you. So Tim talks to him and he's like, actually, I think that I have some tapes from around that time if they would help you. Like, it's mostly just B-roll stuff. I think that, like, because Alex, like, gave me a camera, I think, to just keep me busy and out of his hair or whatever. So, like, so I don't know if they'll be of any use to you, but I have some tapes. So he meets up with Tim, and, like, after that, and Tim gives him a bag full of tapes. So, the first tape is the tape I mentioned before of, like, all of them running for cover, like, when it's, like, a torrential downpour. Yeah. So they're actually at, like, I think it's, I forget whose apartment it is.
Okay.
At the time. I think it's Tim's, yes, it's Tim's apartment, because Tim is, like, really into music, and, Alex, at this point, is also trying to see if Tim will make the music for the movie. So, like, they're all hanging out and everything, but the power goes out, and it's this whole big thing, and, like, long story short, at the end of the video, the fucking operator, like, comes in, and everything cuts. The second tape is, they're, like, they're at that same location, like, around Tim's apartment, and Tim mentions to Alex, like, hey, there's this burned down hospital not that far from here. I know you were looking for an abandoned type location to be Brian's old school.
We should go there.
Yeah, excuse me, like, if you want to go, like, it's, like, we'd have to make a weekend of it, but, like, it's a long way away from here, but I figured, you know, you might want to check it out. And at that point, he has to excuse himself because his phone rings. So he walks off, and he answers his phone, and it's a doctor, and he's like, yeah, you know, like, and he's talking to them, and he goes, you know, like, hallucinations, I can't sleep, I'm getting headaches.
Yeah.
And he starts telling them, like, symptoms that he's having, and he's like, yeah, you know, and he confirms his appointment, and, goes back, but he makes a mention of that, like, he kind of has a history of that sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
And that's very important for later. So, one of the last of the tapes that he took from Tim, is when, like, he goes location scouting with Alex.
Yeah.
And at first he takes him to, like, the big part of the building, and Alex is looking through, and he's just really pissed about it, and he doesn't like it, and he's like, this will never pass as a school. But there's, like, an annex building that he wants Tim to take him to, and Tim is, like, kind of not okay with it, but he goes with Alex anyway. So they're, like, talking about it, and then Tim is like, hang on, I gotta go take a leak. So he walks off, and then the next thing you know, like, because Tim puts down the camera before he walks off camera, and Alex picks up a fucking pipe and goes where Tim was, and you hear, like, a scuffle, so, like, Alex basically knocks Tim out and leaves him there. So do you remember before when I mentioned the video where he took Brian there to film a scene?
Right.
And Brian found
So it's, like,
Tim?
immediately after?
Yeah. Like, that's, like, Tim is there because Alex tried to kill him and left him there for dead, essentially.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, and the operator, shows up at one point, because, like, the camera falls, and when the camera falls, you see the operator, and, like, Alex just fucking leaves. But you could hear Tim coughing, like, off screen. The fourth tape, which, if I recall correctly, is the last of the tapes that yields anything that Tim gave him.
Yeah.
It picks up right after Tim was attacked. And it's like, it's before Brian showed up, and Tim still has the camera. So he's, like, walking around, and he's,
Wait, so this is before the leak and the pipe beating, or is this after?
This is after. This is,
so
like,
he got up and got
this
the
is after
camera.
so he managed to get the camera. So he's kind of, like, walking around, and you see Alex on the tape. Alex is trying to find Tim to finish the job, but Tim manages to hide and get away from him.
Oh wait, for some reason when we said he finds Alex, I thought you meant Jay. Yeah, no, I was wrong.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, what?
Did I say Jay?
No, you said Alex. I thought you said Jay.
Okay,
that was my
yeah,
bad.
I'm sorry.
That's
so,
okay.
like,
no, because I looked surprised, like, wait, what? And I'm like, oh wait, no, wrong person.
So, at the end of that tape, because Tim kind of, like I said before, like, he didn't want to go to the annex building, and he kind of, like, you know, he
was uncomfortable about it.
Yeah, he was very uncomfortable, and at the end of that, like, on the black screen, Jay wonders why Tim would have gone to the annex building at all, because he seemed like he really, really didn't want to. But, like...
what is an annex building?
It's like, so like sometimes like with hospitals there are like multiple buildings. It's almost
okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
like,
I know what
it's
you're
almost
talking
like a college campus. Like sometimes you hear the word campus about like hospitals and stuff. So like an annex building is like, you know, a separate sort of wing of the hospital. So the next part after Jay watches all of the tapes that he got from Tim, he meets up with Tim, and when he meets up with him, like he's on the phone with his doctor, and oh god, what does he say? I actually wrote it down.
Wait. After the pipe beating, he calls his doctor?
Oh no, this is like the tapes that Tim gave him were all in the past when Alex was filming the movie.
No, yeah, but
Yeah,
this is still with the pipe.
No. This is in the present day.
Oh,
now.
okay. I'm sorry. We're back to present
Yeah.
day. Okay.
So Jay meets Tim after he watches all the movies.
Right.
I mean the tapes, and like and Tim is on the phone with his doctor confirming an appointment, and Jay asks him about like location scouting, and specifically mentions like, you know,
the annex building.
Yeah, and Tim says, well, I mentioned it to him, but we actually never went to scout it. I guess, like, he was just too busy. He doesn't remember at all going ever. Like, he doesn't remember any of that.
Wow.
So, yeah, but Tim also mentions that he grew up around this area. And, yeah, and that the hospital is actually past Rosswood Park. So that, like, yeah, so Jay made a comment, like, sort of in the beginning of, like, on the black screen, in the beginning of this season, that it was, like, a strange coincidence that he would meet, that Alex and Tim would be in this area, the both of them, but this explains that.
Yeah.
Like, Rosswood and this hospital
Everything
are
seems
the
to
thing,
be centered around.
yeah, are the thing that
Yeah.
are, like, keeping them, and Tim grew up around here. So, so Tim takes him to, the hospital, and, excuse me. So, Tim makes them, like, park, like, away from the hospital, and he's like, yeah, we're gonna walk the rest of the way, and, you know, because there's a guy who'll, like, show up, like, the security, like, with a shotgun and tell you to turn around, and blah, blah, blah.
Alright.
Yeah, and Jay's like, oh, it seems like you know the place, and blah, 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 and he's like, no, like, I just, like, this place has a reputation, so, you know, so he goes and takes him to the hospital, but before, like, Tim has no intention of going to the annex. He just shows him the main hospital, and before Jay even goes in there, he's like, no, this won't work, and he refuses to even look at it, and Tim is kind of irritated by that, and...
Wait, where won't work? The hospital?
Like, the main hospital, because...
The main hospital, okay.
Yeah, because Jay just wants to go straight to the annex building. So, immediately, he's like, no, it won't work, I could already tell, it's just not going to work as a school, and Tim is like, how do you know? Like, you didn't even go in there. And he's just really, like, annoyed that he won't even look at it, and he's like, no, like, is there anything else? And Tim is like, whatever, yeah, there's this building over here. So he shows him the annex building, but he clearly doesn't want to be there. And Hoodie is there. Jay sees Hoodie and, like, starts to chase after him. And when he chases after him, Hoodie goes, like, it seems like he goes down into these service tunnels. And Jay initially tries to go follow him into the service tunnels, and Tim is like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, like, actually, like, let me be very clear about something for a second. There's actually no cursing at all in Marble Hornets. I should actually say that, like, they made a conscious effort not to do that.
Nice!
So, yeah, so if I embellish and I'm like, what the fuck? They don't actually say that.
Right.
So, anyway, so Tim is like, what are you doing? And it's like, you know, and Tim is like, for all you know, that could have been security, and you just, like, ran after security, so now we have to go, you know? So, so as they're walking out, like, Tim is just in a really foul mood, and he's like, you know, I've had enough of that place for a lifetime. Like, he makes that comment, and Jay is like, what do you mean? I thought you said that you've only been here, like, a handful of times. And Tim is like, yeah, that's enough. So they leave, and then the next thing is Tim gets in touch with Jay and says that he wants to meet up with him.
Okay. The plot thickens.
So they meet in a parking lot. And
any old parking lot?
Yeah, as Jay is waiting for him, he's talking into a camera, and he's like, look, you know, especially after what happened at the hospital, I think I should come clean with him. I'm going to tell him everything that I'm doing. So he gets out of the car when he sees that Tim shows up. Tim gets out of the car. Jay starts to speak like, hey, it's him. We need to talk. Tim goes up and punches him and knocks him to the ground and starts screaming at him. He's like, you know, like, I knew that there was something funny about you. So, you know, like, imagine my shock when I Google, like, when I do a search for Marble Hornets and I find out all of this stuff that you've been doing. And he finds out now. And he's like, you know, all of this shit now makes sense and blah, blah, blah. And, like, Tim does this thing that, like, one of the other things that I don't like about this series, but it's, like, it's not really a thing that I don't like about the series. It's the thing I don't like about Jay. That,
like, he publicly posts everything?
Oh, he does publicly post
That's what
everything.
I'm saying. Is that the thing?
No, like, he does do something in a bit that I'll get to that I'm like, Jay, what the fuck? But, like, Jay actually makes it like, oh, I'm psychotic kind of thing, knowing that Tim suffers from some kind of mental health issue. Like, he makes that thing. But Tim goes off and he's like, you know, like, imagine, you know, not being able to hold a job because one day you just call up and your boss is like, well, we had to fire you because we haven't heard from you in weeks. And you have no recollection of where you've been. Imagine one day just waking up in your bed and you have a broken leg and you have no idea how that happened. You know, and he's like, oh my, like, all of this makes sense now, and he's just super pissed off now at Jay and wants nothing to do with him. So, so Jay decides that he needs to go back to the hospital alone because clearly Hoodie was trying to lead him
Please
to
go during the day.
He did actually go during the day. So he's searching the hospital and he finds a room, and in the room...
Wait, the hospital or the annex building?
In the annex building.
Okay.
And in the annex building, he finds this room.
Yeah.
Like, as he's searching, and in the room, he sees written on the wall, he is a liar. And Jay turns around, and on the opposite wall, it says, follow me. So he goes down into the tunnels, and he finds the doll from the house from back in, like, season 1. And a file that, I believe it says liar on it, if I recall correctly, and it has, like, the symbol.
Oh, okay.
So he opens
the symbol
it up.
Alex made, though, right? Like, Alex made this symbol.
So this is, so Alex did it, and kind of the other characters sort of, like, adopted it as, we all know what this means.
Right.
So this is, you know, so, or at least Hoodie, like, did it and uses it for everything now. Excuse me. So he gets the file, and he goes to leave, and the fucking operator shows up in the tunnels, and Jay has no idea how he got out. Yeah. Jay has no idea.
So his memory stops there.
Yeah, like, he has no idea how he even got out.
What about the recording? The recording stops there?
Yeah, like, it stops after he gets out of the tunnel. But he has no idea how he even did it. And,
Wait, but
So-
doesn't the recording capture how he did it, or?
Yeah, he just kind of runs, and, like, he has no idea how he was able to escape,
Oh,
I guess.
well,
Yeah.
the operator's like protecting him. Well,
Yeah.
he doesn't know this, but
Yeah, so the files are from 1995.
oh, is that why you think it was 1995?
Yeah,
Okay.
so, like, the files are from 1995,
Mm-hmm.
and they are Tim's medical files.
Okay.
He was a patient at that hospital.
Mm.
So sorry. So, this is what I mean about, like, Jay, like, what are you doing? He documents all of what he, like, a lot of the information is redacted. So, like, there's a lot of important things that we don't know that were on the
Was Tim
file.
at Alex's birthday party?
I don't know.
I'm just wondering why that was important.
But that's the thing, like, they're both from 1995. So
well, that's
I feel
why,
like,
yeah.
I feel like that wouldn't be a coincidence.
Right, that's why I was asking.
But, like,
It's really not talked about, or?
yeah, so, like, so there's no, like, connection that was ever, like, specifically given. But I feel like...
That was probably the intention.
Yeah, like, I feel like, why would these two things be shown to happen around the same time if it wasn't important?
Right.
So...
Well, the weird backstory in the woods wasn't important, but...
That will forever be, like, my least favorite thing
Yeah.
about... So he goes through Tim's, like, medical records on camera, and is like, you know, like, he was on an anticonvulsant, he was having hallucinations, like, the whole nine. And,
Is your son traveling through dimensions?
So Jay makes a note that it looks like Tim's been dealing with this for, like, a long ass time. So, Hoodie actually uploads... Oh, I'm sorry. So there, like, other than the medical records, there's a picture in there of Tim and Jay arguing in the parking lot that night. So that's Hoodie's way of saying that he's watching them.
Right.
And he knows where they are all the
Hoodie,
time.
you scamp.
Yeah.
Are you Inception, Brian?
So,
I mean, Hoodie's cuter than Masky. I'll give it that.
Hoodie is cuter than that.
It's cuter than Masky. It's just fact.
Okay. So, Hoodie uploads the next video onto the Marble Hornets YouTube. And it's a video of Hoodie breaking into Tim's apartment. And, like, Hoodie has been stealing Tim's medication. Because Tim is on this medication that seems to, like, help a great deal with the slender sickness and, like, you know, keeping things at bay and helping him to kind of deal with
So the
things.
medication is good.
Yeah. So, like, it obviously doesn't, like, completely cure it, but it helps you deal with it. So,
But now it was prescribed to him by
a professional. So,
So-
like, for whatever it is that he was dealing
doctors are aware of something going on with another dimension.
with. Yeah, there's actually a thing that I never thought of about this that I'll get to, like, when I get to the finale. But yeah, so what happened was, Hoodie breaks into Tim's apartment, takes, Tim's pills, and, hides in the closet when he finds that Tim is coming back in, and Tim is having a really bad coughing fit, and frantically goes
Look
where
for
his
the
pills
medicine.
were, and they're not there, and Tim has a really bad seizure right there. And
Does Hoodie at least feel bad?
Hoodie is, at this point, like, basically a shell of a person and kind of really far gone and just, like, is trying to
Make
get
a friend?
all of this, like, solved. Like, he wants to, like, everything resolved. So, and he
And
wants
he knows
Alex
it started
fucking
with
dead.
Tim.
well, that's the thing. We don't know if it started with Tim or if it was Alex's fault.
Oh.
So, like, it's this big thing. So,
Why was
so
Alex
after that...
also treated at this hospital?
No, Alex was
okay.
not. But what happened was, like, in that video, like, text pops up and says, "Look what you did," to Jay, because Jay dragged Tim back into this when Tim is trying really hard not to. Like, when he meets Tim has a steady job, he's starting to do much better, and Jay drags him back into all of this. So,
Can't blame him, though. He doesn't know, like...
He doesn't, but, like,
It sucks.
Yeah.
Wait, so To the Ark is blaming him? Who's blaming him?
Blaming Jay? Yeah. Like, To the Ark is...
It's To the Ark's fault? Alright.
To the Ark is kind of, like,
A
anybody
dick?
involved is kind
A
of
trio
dick,
of dicks?
basically.
A Doug trio of dicks?
Basically.
A dig trio?
Well, a dick trio. Basically, To the Ark has two objectives. One, they want Alex dead, and two,
They want Jay to take them to the Ark.
yeah, they want to go to the Ark. And, dick trio. So yeah, where was I? I'm
Sorry, I know the dick trio is a really rough image.
Okay, so
Tim is now brought back. He's back to being
Hoodie,
masky.
Yeah, so Hoodie uploads this. Yeah, Tim is back in this psychotic
So,
state.
are they trying to get Jay off of this? Is that why they're like, look what you did? Like, back off?
No,
like,
they're-
I don't...
Like, they're trying to, I guess, get Jay to,
Work faster?
I think they're trying to get Jay to realize, like, you know, what he has to do, I guess. But, like, so he, again, like, if I was sober, I'd be able to answer these questions.
Oh, I
better.
know. It's okay.
So, give me a sec to collect my bearings. Yeah, okay, so Jay is like, okay, I think I know where, Tim is. And this is where the Twitter thing comes into play. Like I said before, I would only mention Twitter if it was, like, 1,000,000% important.
Right.
And, like, so, there, like, Jay basically live tweeted his search for Tim. So he goes to Rosswood. And, he gets attacked by Maskey. And, he's, like, trying to be like, you know, like, Tim, you know, like, wake up, you know, blah, blah, blah. So, Hoodie takes the camera. And the next thing you know, both Jay and Tim, who is now back in his right mind, wake up in this cabin in the middle of Rosswood. And
Oh, cool, there's a cabin there.
Yeah, and
Cool.
they both kind of look at each other, like, and Jay is like, I have my camera. Like, he doesn't say anything, like, nobody says anything, but the two of them kind of look at each other. And, like, after that, they decide to work together. So, now, Jay has this, like, he's got his handheld, and he's got the chest cam.
The chest cam. So he has two cameras.
Yeah, so
okay.
he gives the chest cam to Tim to wear. So, after they decide to work together, one of the first places they go is where Alex pulled the gun on...
So Tim is now cool, I guess, because they're both in the woods?
Yeah, so, like, so Tim now understands, like, what's going on, and, so he agrees to help Jay and
But
go
he's
with
still
Jay.
mad at Jay, like, that's the part... Because, like...
No, not at this point. Like, I think he's just...
Wait,
no.
so we don't know what happened after Hoodie was like, you brought him back into this? Because he had him do a seizure? We don't...
No, no, like, he found him, and it was, like, this thing where, like, he realized that, like, Tim kind of realized that, like, they should probably work together because he wants this all to end.
But Tim doesn't know who Hoodie is.
No.
Okay.
Tim has no idea who Hoodie is. Jay has no idea who Hoodie is. So, so they decide to work together, and, yeah, so they go, one of the first places that they go to is, the place where Alex pulled the gun on Jay and Jessica. So Jay asks him, like, you don't remember any of this? And Tim is like, no. Like, you know, as you could probably tell, I don't remember anything when I'm like that. So they go through, and, like, they're trying to figure out if Alex got shot because there was a gunshot that went off.
Mm-hmm.
But they look up, and there's, like, a hole in the ceiling, so they figure that that's where the bullet went.
Right.
So they're, like, walking around Rosswood, and they decide to go to the tunnel where
Is it day
Alex...
or night?
It's day right now.
Okay.
So they decide to go to the tunnel where Alex had killed the guy to see if they could find any clues. So they're halfway through the tunnel, and Jay's phone rings. And Jay puts it on speaker, and it's like, hello? And Alex's voice is on the other end and goes, leave now. So the two of them are talking, and they're like, I don't know, like, should we leave? And then the operator shows up, and Tim, like, starts violently coughing and convulsing. Yeah, and it's, like, this whole big thing. And now, it's my second favorite, entry in the entry series.
Wait, so that entry just ended there?
Yeah, basically. So, entry 65.
Mm-hmm.
Entry 65 is, like, because, like, Tim, if I recall correctly, Tim disappears or something? I don't remember. Now I'm drawing a blank on what happened at the very end of Entry 64, but Jay loses Tim and doesn't know where he is and is, like, freaking out, and Entry 63 ends with Entry 64 rather ends with Jay going back to his car, and Tim had parked next to him. So when he goes back to his car, he sees Tim, like, looking like, you know, like nobody was behind the wheel, like, sort of that kind of look on his face, sitting in his car. And Jay's like, oh my god, Tim! And he tries to get into the car, but his door is locked, and Tim just, like, looks at him real quick and then drives off. And then he gets in touch with Jay after the fact.
Just like Josh all over again.
Yep.
Start off hating him. And
Yeah.
you feel so bad by the end.
Yep. So Tim is actually my favorite character in all of Marble Hornets. I fucking love him so much. So, Tim, and actually, like, the very next, after entry, 65, is the reason I love him so much, but I'll get to that. So,
Okay.
At the end of entry 64, Tim gets in touch with Jay to give him his camera back, and he's like, I don't remember anything that happened, but the camera was rolling the entire time. And
get that juicy footage.
He was pulled in and out of the other realm the entirety of entry 65.
Nice.
Like,
nice.
He's, like, it starts off with him drowning, and then he's not, and, like, he teleports places. He's in, like, he's teleported to the hospital annex where he sees he's a liar, and he picks up this pipe, and he's, like, hitting it up against, like, where it says he's a liar, and it's not doing anything. At one point, and this is one of the saddest things in the whole thing, he's just crying, and he just wants to leave, and he's he's on the floor sitting up against the wall, and he takes out his bottle of pills, and he takes one, and then he takes another, and then he just dumps the entire bottle into his hands and tries to kill himself. and it just doesn't work. Yeah, and like, but he doesn't remember any of this when he gives the camera to Jay.
Yeah.
So,
Poor guy.
yeah, so when Tim gives him the camera, he's like, okay, I haven't been exactly totally honest with you, and I feel like I need to, like, if we're gonna work together, like, you're really not gonna like this, but we need to go back to the hospital, because there's something there I need to show you. So...
Tim is saying this.
Yeah, so Jay immediately was like, why? And then, like, when Tim is like, no, like, I really do need to show you this, like, he's like, oh, alright, and he goes, okay, but first I need to go talk to my boss and make sure I still have a job. So, like, after that, they go to the hospital, which is the next entry. And...
So is this part your favorite, or was the last one?
No, the last one where he's like...
But this is the part that makes you love...
Yeah.
This is
like,
the part that makes you love Tim.
Yeah. It's like, this is like, if there is one thing that I can point to why I fucking love Tim so much, it is
from this
this.
entry. Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
So, like, entry 65 I love because you literally see everything that happened to Tim.
Yeah.
And there was this one part where he was in the other realm where he actually sees the guy that Alex killed earlier. Like, it's just... Entry 65 is a fucking trip, and it is amazing. Like,
more than 64?
Yeah,
Wait.
like, honestly, like, the editing...
Wait, no, 65 is the one where he bounces.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And, like...
So we're talking about 66 is where you love Tim?
So now we're in 66. So...
And this is where you loved him, because of this, okay.
So earlier, when Jay found, like, was exploring the annex by himself, when he found the room that said he's a liar and all that, he found this other room that he said, okay, this is probably where the fire started. That, like, you know, because it was the most damaged room in the whole thing. So Tim takes him back to the hospital, and he takes him to that room. And he's like, okay, well, this is it. And Jay is like, what do you mean this is it? And Tim goes, well, this was my room. And, you know, he goes, like, I was a patient here. Like, I assumed you probably figured that out by now.
From the documents.
Yeah, and Jay was like, well, like, I kind of figured, but I didn't know for sure. So Tim starts telling him about when he was a kid and about how his mom took him here, and, like, you know, nobody ever really told him anything when he was a kid, but, like, he heard them say, like, violent hallucinations and things like that, and, like, you know, things that you wouldn't necessarily tell a kid and everything. And he says to Tim at one point, to Jay rather, at one point, he's like, you know, like, what if I'm the cause of all of this? Like, I'm never going to know for sure. That's always going to be in the back of my mind. And I've been blaming everybody else but me this entire time. And he's like, you know, and honestly, like, like, this is one of those things where, like, if you watch the series, you'll know this. Like, Tim Sutton, like, who plays Tim, right?
Yeah.
Like, Tim is actually, like, a great actor.
Yeah.
And this is another one of those scenes, no matter how many times I see this series, this gives me chills and makes me really upset for him, like, every single time I see it. And he's like, you know, like, Alex could be normal, like, Jessica, like, you guys could be living, like, a normal life right now, and I will never know.
So he thinks the operator follows him, basically.
Basically, yeah. And he says, you know, like, because he didn't remember what he was hallucinating, because, like,
he's 11.
But that's, yeah. But that's the thing, like, he didn't remember the thing that he was hallucinating, but sometimes they'd find him in the service tunnels, or he'd run off to Rosswood, and whenever they'd find him, he'd tell them, like, oh, I'm running from whatever it was I was seeing. And then he says, like, when I was watching the things that you posted, I couldn't help but feel like maybe that's what I was seeing, and it wasn't a hallucination at all.
Yeah.
You know? And So he's, like, really upset about it, and Jay, at this point, is trying to calm him down. He's like, well, you know, like, you can't really shift the blame, and he's like, you know, but that's the problem, like, I've been blaming everybody but myself, and it could be me, and he's like, you know, so Jay is trying to calm him down, and he looks at him, and he goes, but what if I'm right? And he just, like, collapses on the ground, and he's, like, so upset, and then he goes, you know what, like, no more secrets, like, that's what I had to tell you. So Jay is like, we should probably get going. And Tim is like, you know what, no, like, I have this feeling like we're not done here, and if we leave now, like, I don't want to have to ever come back here if I don't have to. So I feel like we should just sweep the area, make sure we're done before we leave. And then they wind up finding Hoodie.
We don't have the funding to come back here, so we have to make sure we wrap up everything now.
So,
sorry.
So they wind up finding Hoodie, and they, like, very silently, like, follow him.
Okay.
And at one point, like, Tim picks up this wrench that he finds on the ground, and he says to Jay, like, it's just in case, like, I'm not gonna, like, you know,
I'm not like Alex. Got chill.
That's actually something that he says. That's actually something that Tim says.
I ain't gonna murder nobody, no how.
Yeah, like, he said, like, Tim, like, when he's upset, he says to Jay, like, you know, like, I'm just like Alex, you know, like, or, like, something like that. He goes, you know, like, you know, or he says, like, you know, like, you don't see Alex running around with a mask, like, you know, and Jay says to him, well, you're not pointing a gun at me right now either, you know, like, yeah, like,
Tim, I'm sorry I said all those bad things
Tim
about
is
you.
fucking
you're all
amazing.
Right.
So anyway, so yeah, so they follow Hoodie, and Hoodie is in this, they hide, and they see Hoodie in this room, kind of crouched down in the corner, and then Hoodie leaves, and it's the if I recall correctly, it's the room that has the he's a liar, follow me, and there's a tape underneath all of the things, and, like, Jay thinks that Hoodie was just checking to see if they had found it yet. Hang on, turning the page.
Are you washing your hands?
What?
Turn the page, wash your hands.
Yes. So, so yeah, so the tape that he finds is Alex is going around the hospital trying to find so Alex is, like, roaming around the hospital and trying to find, I believe he's trying to find Hoodie, if I recall, but, like, Hoodie winds up ambushing him and, like, and tying him to a chair, and he steals his gun, and I believe Maskey is there as well, but before they could kill him, the operator shows up and rescues him, and they, like, run off.
Rescues Alex, right?
Yeah. So,
wow. Okay.
So Hoodie uploads...
Wait,
yeah.
So the operator is helping Jay and Alex?
No, the operator is protecting Alex. So here's the thing about the operator, is that the reason it's protecting Alex is because Alex
so last time Jay and Alex were together, and that's why he protected them?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was Alex, not Jay.
Yeah,
okay.
So here's the thing. Here's the reason why it's most likely Alex and not Tim that's spreading it. Number one, Alex was making the movie and all that stuff, so he was the one that was catching everything on camera. But despite Tim's background, the operator is protecting Alex because Alex is most likely the one spreading it, despite the fact that Alex is currently trying to kill everybody off because he thinks that is going to stop everything. So, and he's kind of feeding things to the operator. But, so the next upload is a Hoodie upload.
Oh, okay.
Hoodie uploads a video of himself, like, because Hoodie basically lives between the shack in Rosswood,
Mm-hmm.
where Jay and Tim woke up that time, and the hospital.
Okay.
So he's, like, walking around, he still has Alex's gun, like, he takes off his mask at one point, but it's off camera, so we don't see who it is.
Do we ever see?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Well, it's not so much that we see, but we get confirmation of who it is. So he, well,
Hoodie's
yeah,
a
we
dude,
do
though,
kinda
right?
Yeah, Hoodie's also a dude.
It's gotta
So-
be Brian, then. Who else is
So, what happened was, Alex ambushes Hoodie.
left? Wait, Hoodie's not the dude who was beat with a rock, is he?
No, that was
Because you
somebody,
mentioned he
like-
showed up in the other realm
nobody,
or whatever.
Yeah,
so.
nobody knows. Yeah, nobody knows who that guy was. He was
Right,
just
right.
a random
Just
guy,
right.
who was just like, "Hey, dude, you okay?" And they're like,
Yeah.
Alex being Alex, you know. So Alex ambushes him and starts like punching him, and is like, you know, where are Jay and Tim? And Hoodie doesn't respond, and Alex goes like stop smiling, like stop smirking, and he's like beating him, and like Hoodie runs off, and he's like, you know, I will find you, and you will not appears on the screen, which is like the most savage thing that he does. But so they decide that they're gonna go all the way back to where they went to school originally, like where they were living at the time,
Mm-hmm.
to search the set of Marble Hornets, like all the locations, to see if they could find anything that they missed. And
So aside from the hospital.
yeah, aside from, like, they're done with that area.
Right.
Like,
They
don't
ran
wanna
out
go
of
back.
funding to film there. Right. Sorry.
So, what happened? Like, the thing about them is that a lot of it was actually like guerrilla filmmaking. They just like went
yeah.
to these. Yeah, they
This
just
is
like
cool.
went,
Let's shoot here. Right. Totally.
essentially, like they just like went to these places and you know, like actually one of my favorite stories that they ever told about, you know, them just filming something is they were like the three of them were walking to go film something, and this random dude just like was driving by and stops next to them and looks out the window and goes, "Yo, you filming Marble Hornets?" And they go, "Yeah." And he goes, "I like that." And he just drives away. But
That's amazing.
yeah, so like they're going around like all the different things. And
How far into season 3 are we?
we're pretty far in. Let me see. Yeah, we are
Good.
fairly.
Because you're
far
running out of
in.
time, Wombat.
Yes. So I'll try to.
I
go as
believe in
quickly
you.
as
I
possible.
believe in you.
So they find. So they're going around the sets and they're in the woods, and Jay trips on this like hole.
Jay,
Yeah, on this
watch
hole
where you're
in the
going. Is it day or
ground.
night?
It's day.
Jay,
They
watch where you're going.
Jay's operation becomes far smarter once Tim joins. So,
Well, yeah. Tim's actually experienced things.
yeah, Tim is wonderful. So, yeah, so when he trips in this hole, he starts digging through, and they find burnt tapes. So it
Oh.
seems that Alex didn't give him all of the tapes at first.
Can
And
they
there
be
were-
recovered?
There are two that were able to be recovered. That the tape itself wasn't burned, but the plastic case over it was. And Jay's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I could get these to play. So, the first tape is just, it starts off with Alex just driving, and he's talking to Amy on the phone, and he's like, yeah, like I'm thinking of transferring as like once I'm done with this project, because I want to be closer to you, because she was going to a different school, and and he's like, I want to be closer to you and everything, and like, I don't like being this far away from you, and like, yeah, so once I'm done with this project, I'm probably gonna look to transfer.
Is that where he was when? Was that where he was when his girlfriend found the camera?
No, I think they had already graduated by that point, but
okay.
But yeah, like he was.
So this is like 3 years. This is
Yeah,
back
but
before
he
okay.
But he had definitely moved near her at that point,
Right.
because like the apartment where he was staying, where Jay went in and like stole shit from him,
Right.
like that was in that area. So so he yeah. So then like after this like really sweet heartfelt conversation. Now, keep in mind, he's driving right now somewhere.
Is he holding the phone or is it on speaker?
He's holding the phone because you can sort of hear Amy, but
you can barely hear her. Okay.
Yeah, and he tells her that he's home, and he lies to her and says like, "No, I'm home. Like, I'm actually gonna go to bed soon. Like, no, you probably just hear static. Like, I swear to you, like, I'm home."
So it's night.
Yeah, it's home.
Okay.
So
it's night, not home.
It's
okay. It reaffirms that you're drunk
night.
because you're pulling a Leslie.
So yeah, he goes to, do you remember from season 1, the, playground I told you about?
Yeah.
That he had, well, that's where he goes, and he basically, like, confronts the operator, and, like, tries to, like, you know, I guess fight him or whatever.
Well, how does it get on tape? Does he leave it at his car? Like,
What do you mean?
well, don't cameras fritz out around the operator?
They do, but you can still, like, catch the operator on it. It's just that, like, things get really uncomfortably loud and staticky, and, like, everything kind of, like, jumbles up.
Okay.
But, so he, like, confronts the operator on the playground, essentially. Yeah. But, the second tape that he's able to recover is the footage of Jay actually picking up the tapes initially from Alex, and
how was that being recorded?
Because at this point Alex was still paranoid and like filming himself. So Jay goes and picks up and he on camera convinces Alex to give him the tapes, and then like Jay knows that 32 minutes pass, and then he says, you know, like the two of them are back in frame, and Jay is holding four plastic grocery bags full of tapes, and is like, thanks for letting me have them and everything, and Alex is like, no, seriously, don't ever mention this to me ever again. And then the next thing we know, as Jay leaves, Alex goes and attacks him and tries to kill him. And Jay is like, I don't remember any of that happening. And if I don't remember that, what else could I be remembering wrong? So,
what did I say in the beginning?
Yeah, so they wind up going to the house that Alex used to live in at the time.
Where this recording took place?
Yes.
Okay.
So Jay and Tim go to this house, and they go during the day, and...
Oh, wait, so when the operator's recorded, what happens? Anything of note? Or does it cut off?
It just kind of, if I recall correctly, it just kind of cuts off.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But,
I had a feeling, but I feel like I had to ask.
So it's entry 72, and I want to mention this because it's one of the really, one of the...
We're 10
really
entries
cool
away or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not that far away. So Jay and Tim go to search this house.
Yeah. And,
Jay makes a comment about, why Alex would bother, giving him some of the tapes if he was just gonna... And Tim is like, well, I think he got involved in things that he couldn't explain, and he got in over his head, so he wanted to give you the tapes that made him look like a victim rather than the person who was causing all of this. So they go through the house, and they try to search the house and everything.
Right.
And they wind up at one point in the basement. Oh, at this
is
point...
a full house. It's not
it's actually a house that Alex and a couple of people were renting.
Okay.
And part of the reason why Alex left is because, all of his roommates had left, so he couldn't afford the rent anymore. So,
It's real, man.
yeah. So at this point, it's actually important to note that Jay is starting to kind of hallucinate a little bit. So he's starting
Well,
to
you already
see...
commented to me he should be taking that medicine, and he was coughing earlier, so...
Yeah, so Jay is starting to see things that aren't there.
Nice.
Like, when they were in the woods, when they found the tapes, he swore that somebody was there, and they stopped the camera to rewind because Jay was like, no, I swear, and I caught him on camera and everything.
And he wasn't.
And there wasn't anything there.
Nice. Jay, don't become
so-
a villain. I will be even angrier at you.
So they go into the basement
Mm-hmm.
to search,
Mm-hmm.
and while they're in there, Tim goes, Jay, what time is it? And Jay's like, I don't know, why?
Was it
And
daytime when they went in the basement?
It was daytime when they got there. It was not daytime in the basement. And
Oh, were there windows in the basement?
mhm.
Uh-oh.
Because Jay actually, like, as he goes down into the basement, makes a comment like, I can't believe it's this dark down here. And Tim is like, look outside. So when when Jay looks outside and it's nighttime, Tim goes, we need to leave now. So they go to turn around, the operator's standing by the stairs.
Nice.
And they have to find another way out. And I believe that
How
there's...
big is this basement?
It's pretty big. And
Like our basement downstairs?
yeah, actually, yeah,
Nice.
it's about that same size.
Okay.
And maybe a little smaller actually. And
But cooler, I'm sure. Less crickets and spiders.
Well, I mean, no.
More
'cause
crickets and
you-
spiders?
I mean, you have an awesome pool table
I
down
do
there.
have an awesome pool
They
table.
don't have anything down in this.
Well, the pool
basement.
table's getting scrapped, actually. Which...
Aw.
Well, it's all warped. The bottom's falling out. old as
Crickets and
hell.
spiders add character.
Right, yeah. It's old as hell, unfortunately.
Well, spiders add character. Crickets add something else.
Crickets are lovely. They hop in joyfully.
I hate crickets. So,
Oh.
so they rush out, and Tim is at this point, Jay at this point is suffering, like, the full effects of slender sickness. He collapses, and he's having seizures, and Tim squares up to the operator, and the operator at one point, like, just disappears. And Tim, Tim had
Tim's like, I did it!
Yeah, like, Tim had fallen to his knees, and, like, Tim's not doing that great, but he's
No, but he did
better
it.
than, he's
Pog
better
champ.
than Jay. Yeah, like, Tim is Pog champ to the ultimate degree. So, he gets Jay,
Mm-hmm.
and they wind up going to, this, they go to this, hotel.
Mm-hmm.
So, at this point, another Hoodie video gets uploaded. And Hoodie does two things of note that I don't believe Hoodie actually intended to do. So he breaks into Tim's house to get more pills. In doing so,
Wait, why does Hoodie want the pills?
because Hoodie knows that the pills stave off the symptoms.
Oh, so to save Jay. He's trying to save Jay?
He's trying to kind of, number one, he wants to get to the Ark, and number two, he wants Alex dead, and he knows that, like...
Jay can make that happen.
Yeah, like, he knows that Jay can take him to the Ark, and he knows that, like, the two of them...
So Hoodie's
need
the
to
main
finish
guy.
this.
No, you said Seth was the ringleader, but Seth is not Hoodie.
Yeah, Seth, other than on, like, kind of a passive thing, Seth does not play an active role in any of this.
So how do we know? Am I going to learn about Seth, or was this put together by fan information?
Well, that's the thing. It's like, nobody knows for sure if Seth was a part of it. It's just that one makes the most sense because of context clues and everything. But like I said before, there are some people that don't believe it was Seth and they think it was Sarah.
Right.
I personally believe it was Seth. That makes the
because
most
again,
sense.
Seth was included in that earlier video at the tower.
Yeah, like there were a couple of reasons why I believe
Whereas
it was
Sarah,
Seth
I mean,
versus
when is her
Sarah.
name even mentioned?
Yeah. So, like, exactly. So, like, I mean, I get why some people think it was Sarah. It's just that I feel like it makes more sense.
Could you imagine they accidentally filmed that scene with Sarah holding the camera, not even thinking people would be like, the height!
Yeah. Oh, god damn it. So Hoodie does two things in this video.
He steals the pills.
Yeah, so kind of by accident.
Okay.
The first thing is Hoodie discovers that Alex has been living in Tim's attic waiting for him to come home to get the drop on him.
How long?
A while. Alex has been staying there a while. The second thing is Hoodie inadvertently finds a tape.
I guess he leaves it for them, or does he post it as a response
No,
video?
like, Hoodie leaves the tape.
Okay.
As far as they can see, Hoodie left the tape. He didn't take it.
It's because he was jumped by Alex, or?
Yeah, so Hoodie grabs the pills from the medicine cabinet in the bathroom, and after he finds out that Alex is there, he doesn't actually book it. We find out
Does he
when...
casually stroll?
Yeah, so, So, in the next video after the Hoodie video...
Yeah.
It opens up with Tim getting, like, groceries, whatever. He goes back to a hotel and finds Jay just absentmindedly, like, wandering outside. So he, like, gingerly takes Jay and, like, brings him back to the room. And Jay is, like, you know, like, asking questions and everything. And Tim tells him he's been sharing his medication with Jay. And that this is the first time he's been remotely coherent since they went to Alex's house.
So they're just talking to Hoodie?
No, they're not. At this, Hoodie's
Are they
not...
talking to the camera?
No, like, the camera is there and Tim is talking to Jay about everything.
Oh, okay.
And
so we're not with
Tim,
Hoodie anymore. This is a complete shift.
No, and
okay.
Tim tells him about Hoodie.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, about the Hoodie video that was posted.
Online.
Yeah, so he's like, yeah, unfortunately we're gonna have to go back to my house because I have a
more
supply.
meds.
Yeah, like, and
there's a tape.
Yeah, and Jay is like, are you sure that they're even still there? And he's like, I hope, like, I kept a secret stash away, like, just in case I needed it, and I'm out of refills, and I really need this medication, especially since I've been...
Are the
like,
pills ever explored?
No, like, all we know is that they stave off the symptoms, they don't cure it, like...
Government knows!
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There's actually, and again, like, I'll tell you the thing.
Well, we're definitely sitting down to watch this at some point. Like, that's happening.
No, like, you have to. Like,
but for now, this will have to do.
Yeah, like, even if I went, like, super in-depth and told you every little thing, like, it does not do it justice. You have to actually see it. So, so he convinces Jay that Jay needs to get help. So he takes him to the place where he goes himself, and they book an appointment for him on the way back to Tim's house.
Oh, okay, so he's gonna meet the doctor.
Yeah. So, like, we never actually meet him, but, like...
Well, you're not supposed to film those.
Yeah. So, so they go to Tim's house, and they're searching all the rooms to make sure Alex isn't there, and Tim says, like, they go up into the attic and they find a picture of Amy. And on the back of the picture of Amy...
dead?
Probably. But on the back of the picture of Amy, there's handwriting that is most likely Hoodie's, saying that he has Alex, and he gives an address, which is an address to...
Why do they care? That's fine. Take Alex.
Well, they need to make sure that Alex doesn't live, because at this point...
Hoodie doesn't want him to live?
No. But, like... But, yeah. So, yeah, but Hoodie also gets thwarted by the operator every time he has tried to kill Alex.
Yeah,
So at this point, so at this point he kind of needs somebody.
So do they get the pills?
Well, yeah, so Tim
The
says...
Fierce Ferrets do not condone excessive drug use.
No, we do not. So, so Tim says, oh, I'm gonna check my living room. So he goes into the living room, And when Jay joins him, Tim is just kind of standing there looking, and he's like, it looks like there was a fight here, and his living room is in disarray. So he's like, hang on, let me check. And he like pulls the couch out. He's like, okay, yeah, I found my supply. So Jay says, hey, did you find that tape? And Tim goes, no, it wasn't there. But Jay notices that there is a square-shaped thing in one of Tim's pockets. And he forcibly, at one point, he forcibly takes it from Tim. And it's like, oh, okay, like, this is the tape. Like, what did you mean you didn't find it? And Tim says, look, I was going to show it to you, but not now. Like, you cannot watch that now. So Tim is like, whatever, I'm leaving. So he goes and he watches the tape.
Jay or Tim?
Jay goes and watches the tape.
In Tim's house?
No, like on his own. Jay leaves on his own and leaves Tim there. And Jay uploads what that tape was.
Okay.
The tape shows Masky and Hoodie kidnapping Jessica from the
hotel.
From the hotel. And Hoodie, like when they're in the woods, Hoodie like wakes her up, and Alex shows up, and basically tries to shoot. I don't think he actually hits him, but he tries to shoot Masky, and he takes Jessica, and then he tries to kill Jessica, and Jessica like rushes him and like knees him in the gut.
Yeah.
And takes the gun, and Hoodie shows up at the other end of, like, behind Jessica, and rushes Alex and, like, tries to beat the shit out of him. And Jessica, in the fray, runs, like, in the direction that Hoodie came from, and she sees a tall guy in a suit in the woods and tries to get him to help. And doesn't realize, and then the next thing you know, like, we see her on the ground, unresponsive, and then a couple seconds later, everything blinks, and she's gone. Just like the guy that Alex killed.
That sucks.
So the whole reason why Tim didn't want Jay to see the footage is because
Jessica's gone, Amy's gone.
Jessica is gone, and that was, like, the whole thing, you know. So Jay, in the next video, like, Jay makes a comment about how, like, Tim knew this whole time that she wasn't there, and he's kept it, like, that Jessica was gone, and he kept it from me, and blah, blah, blah. So he shows up to Tim's house, with a knife. And...
Why?
With a knife and zip ties. And Tim overpowers Jay.
Oh my god.
And takes the knife and the zip ties away, puts them on his counter, and is like, what were you thinking? Like, you know. And when Jay tries to get the knife and the zip ties back, Tim overpowers him again and ties him up and is like, look, this is for your own good. I can't have this anymore. This is why I told you that you couldn't watch that right now, because I knew you would blame me, and we still need to work together. So he decides to leave Jay in his house, and he takes the camera, and Jay is screaming at him to leave the camera because he needs it, but he leaves to go to the address that Hoodie left for them, which is a school. It's his campus.
That wasn't the best thing to leave him there.
So the reason why he decided to leave him there is because his behavior had become more erratic and dangerous over the past couple of months, and he felt like it would be safer for the both of them to just leave him there. But the next video is Hoodie showing up at Tim's house, getting a knife out of Tim's drawer, and throwing it at Jay to free himself, and leaving the camera that he had there. And Hoodie just leaves and lets Jay free himself to follow Tim.
Man, good luck. Like, I'm just imagining you're zip tied and you have a knife. Like, I guess you try and flip it around and...
I guess. Yeah. So, like, and as Jay is leaving, he sees that Hoodie wrote on the mirror, like, last chance. So he goes and he follows Tim to this place.
It's not the woods, right?
No, but it's this college campus. And,
Really?
yeah.
Final showdown, college campus.
Actually,
Right.
yeah, the final showdown does happen at the college campus.
Well,
but
because at this point we're gotta be in the 80s, and you said there's only 86.
yeah, we're like 79 maybe right now at the very least.
Okay, well you gotta.
Yeah, I'm gonna step it up. Like it's
Because
so,
we are over limit at this point.
okay. So Jay goes,
Yeah.
finds a room
Yeah.
where Alex had been held,
Yeah.
and it says that he's in Benedict Hall. And it says, I wrote it down. What does it say? Find Alex, find the Ark.
Mm-hmm.
So Jay goes and tries to get to Benedict Hall, but
Mhm.
it's like all locked. So
Mhm.
he goes to the place across the way from Benedict Hall,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not, like, and he looks,
Mm-hmm.
and then the following day he sees Tim. Yeah. I don't know. I think a lot of it was like.
Come on, Beck, keep talking.
Yeah.
Don't reply to
So
chat.
anyway. So like, so he sees, yeah. Hang on. Yeah. Edit all of this out for a second, and I'll start again. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. So he goes to Benedict Hall, or he tries to get into Benedict Hall,
Mhm.
he can't. So he camps out in the building across the way.
Mhm.
The next day, he sees Tim running out of Benedict Hall. So Jay, in his infinite wisdom, thinks, oh, I'm going to go into Benedict Hall. So he goes, and he gets shot and killed by Alex.
And wait, who does? Because
Jay.
So Jay's dead.
Jay is dead at this point.
Well, he's gonna be in the other dimension like Rock Guy, right?
What?
Is he gonna appear in the other dimension like Rock Guy?
Yeah, sort of. So
Called it.
now, Tim decides to go back to his house and wait for Alex, and he's like, so at one point, like, Tim just starts talking to himself. So, like, Tim starts talking to himself, and it's like, so he's like, I can't believe I'm the only one left, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, and he makes a comment about how, I'm waiting for Alex, and, I'm waiting for Alex, waiting for me, so I should probably not be here when he shows up. And then he's like, oh, I should have just talked to myself earlier. So he decides to park, down the way to see when Alex shows up.
Right.
But that winds up not working out because Alex fucking sets Tim's house on fire.
Yeah.
And destroys everything.
Yeah.
So the final showdown happens at Benedict Hall. Alex, there's a bunch of, yeah. So there's a bunch of, the teleportation shit and all that stuff. Alex winds up shooting, Tim. And when Alex
Tim.
is trying
Is
to
it in the
finish-
leg again?
No, he shoots him in the back.
I just
Like
bought
the
the
fucking
camera.
coward he
Sorry,
is.
guys.
So, there was actually, a thing where, there was a video before this where, Tim had left a message Jay had left a message for Tim saying, that he apologizes and he was right, that he never should have watched that video and he understands, but, Tim never got the message, and, yeah, and
That
he was
sucks.
wondering what caused Jay to go from apologetic to violent and all that. So anyway, so the final showdown happens at Benedict Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Tim gets shot in the back. When Alex is, like, trying to finish him off, Tim has the knife that Alex had brought. I mean, that Tim had brought. Jay had brought with him when he initially confronted Tim.
Yeah.
And he stabs Alex in the neck.
Woo!
All Deacon Frostgrave style with
how many pocket knives?
Friday the 13th. And he kills off Alex. And he starts, like, walking away.
So wait, why didn't the operator intervene? I'm a little surprised.
He tried.
Oh, he did try.
He tried. Tim just was not having any of it anymore.
Yeah, Tim!
So Tim is starting to kind of
back,
like,
and you're still stabbing.
It
almost works.
As a huge Bon Jovi fan, I appreciate that. So Tim is, like, crying and laughing at the same time. He's crying for obvious reasons and laughing because he's like, it's finally fucking over.
Yeah.
But he falls at the it's almost like a Spike Spiegel kind of ending. So
I did not watch Cowboy Bebop, so
I'm sorry for spoiling anything.
I don't care about Cowboy Bebop. Sorry, not sorry.
So he falls, and the camera drops, and is, like, pointing upward at Tim, and Tim is just kind of hanging, and he's, like, covered in blood, and he drops the knife, and it's very heavily insinuated that he's dead. And that was supposed to have been, or we all thought, that was the final entry.
That everyone died.
Yeah, but who uploaded it if that was the final entry?
Oh yeah, wait.
Yeah.
Hoodie was in that scuffle too, right?
Oh, I forgot to mention that. Yeah, so, at one point, like, Tim and Hoodie had an altercation, and Tim, like, and it was one of those, like, it was another one of those, like, teleportation kind of things, and Tim grabbed a wrench and went to go, like, turn around and hit him, but Hoodie was, like, hanging off of a ledge and let go, fell to his death.
Did Seth upload these?
No.
Okay, continue. I'm sorry. I had to guess. You know me.
But, we find out during the final altercation with Tim and Alex that Hoodie absolutely was Brian. But, there was...
Brian.
Actually, like, there was a tape that was actually kind of sad from, when Alex was doing the, auditions for Marble Hornets, and, like, nobody showed up. And it's actually, like, a really sad video, and you kind of feel bad for Alex, except for Brian, like, at the very end shows up, and he's wearing the hoodie that Hoodie wears, and that's what tells Tim that Hoodie was Brian, and Tim makes a comment about how, I don't know how I would have reacted had I known. Like, I didn't know. And he's really upset about that. And that actually comes up in the final altercation. So the very last entry is entry 86. And Tim is driving.
What?
And, yeah.
Okay.
Tim is driving, and he passes by this big dumpster. Excuse me. And he takes the mask out. What?
Oh, okay. I was like, is he disposing bodies? Sorry, continue.
No, he takes the mask out and throws it into the dumpster.
Fair.
And then he goes and he parks outside of this, like, building, and he's just waiting there, and then he sees Jessica. And Jessica comes out of the building, and it's a psychiatrist's office that Tim had recommended, and he's talking to her, and he's like, and she's like, yeah, I don't really want to talk about it, and he goes, you know, like, the same kind of, you know, like, what you call it, not withdrawals, but, like, what is it called, like,
symptoms?
No, like, when you take a medicine and there's, like, effects.
Side effects?
Yeah, side effects.
Okay.
So, it's, like, the same side effects that I mentioned, and she goes, yeah. So he says to her, you know, like, yeah, I just want to let you know, like, this is... Oh, because she asked him how Jay was doing, and he was like, well, you know, actually, he moved away from here. He just kind of wanted to start life over. And
so they all lived? Oh, is it insinuated this could be a past video?
No, this is insinuating that this is in the other world entirely. Yeah, so, because Tim, after he says that, like, Jay moved away and just kind of wants to start fresh after all of this, Jessica says, oh, you know, like, I mean, good for him, but, you know, like, I really would have liked to meet him after, you know, everything that you said. And after their little talk, Tim collapses to the ground in a coughing fit. And the next thing we see is Tim driving away. And the very last shot is Tim comes to a crossroads and turns the camera around so you could see he could either turn this way or this way. And the very last thing that pops up on screen, it's a black screen and it says, everything is fine. And that is how the thing ends.
Wait,
Nothing
so how is
fine.
Wait, so how is it insinuated it's the other world? What's the insinuation?
Because technically everybody should be dead. Like,
Well,
how are
and,
they
and
alive?
we saw the rock guy who was in the other world during the other flashbacks.
Yeah, and like, how are they alive? How are they?
But if the
you
other
know,
world
like-
is just a mirror of this world with no problems, I don't...
Well, that's the thing. That's why people think that might be the Ark. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
I understand.
save
The
thing.
heaven place.
Yeah, so that
and
might
that
be
Jay
the Ark.
dying, like, brought them there? Is that the insinuation?
Or that, you know, like, they tried to stop everything from spreading. But the other thing about this series is, like, Alex, as he's dying, before he dies, his final words are, you know, you have to find everybody and kill them and then kill yourself. So the whole thing is that, you know, like, technically anybody that sees this is infected. Like, we're all kind of infected for watching this, so it never ends and it keeps spreading. And that's
So
one of
what
the,
keeps spreading? Like,
the
that's... I think-
operator and, like,
But
the
what is
slender
even...
sickness.
Okay, but what is even bad about the Like, does that make sense? I'm confused what's bad about the operator. What are we learning that is a consequence?
It makes you crazy, and it makes you, like, forget things, and it turns you into somebody that you aren't.
Right,
like,
okay, but...
Mm-hmm.
But... So they ended up in this other world, and now they're all fine again.
Yeah.
See
But
why
they're
that's, like,
not-
confusing me? Where
Well,
I'm like,
that's the thing, they're not, like, Jay...
do you just cough and convulse until you're in a new world, and then boom, you're fine again? Like...
Well, that's the thing, Jay isn't alive, but they talk about him like he is. So, it's like, it's one of those things
I mean,
where,
Jessica
like,
had vanished, so...
yeah.
Man,
But-
I hate endings that leave you open to interpretation. Don't even with me right now.
But it's one of
Marble
those
Hornets.
things, but it's one of those things where it's like,
Tell me what...
yeah.
I'm mad.
What are your
Wombat.
questions?
I
I will try to answer them.
might have to ask you off this because
Mhm.
we are way over limit, and I don't want to give Deacon a headache
Yeah.
editing a million hours. I was gonna be like, well, what is the fan theory that the ending is? Just that they're in the other world? Is that's the fan theory? That's it?
There are some fan theories that I'm like, no, you're wrong, but that's beside the point. There are some fan theories that literally everything actually is fine and that everything is hunky-dory now, which very clearly is not the case.
No.
There
Because everyone's
are
seeing a
some fan
psychiatrist,
theories,
so...
yeah, because there was, like, an errant, like, fire truck or ambulance in the background when they were filming the conversation between Tim and Jessica. Some people think that Tim killed Jessica, which makes no sense, to be honest. So there are some fan theories about this stuff, but, like, honestly, it's just, yeah, it is open for interpretation, but it's like everything is not fine, but everything kind of is mellow now, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Alright, well that was Marble Hornets.
What did you learn?
Oh my god. I learned that psychotic breakdowns might actually be you going to other dimensions.
Yeah.
And that's kind of cool, but
Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is like one of the reasons I love Tim so much is because this is one of the few series where, like, somebody who is severely mentally ill owns up to like the shit that they could have done and takes over and is like, no,
Okay.
I'm finishing this.
What I learned is
Yes.
that Jay is terrible
Jay is an
because
idiot.
he totally fucked it up at the end.
Jay is an
And
idiot.
I know I said like if you're a villain, be really mad. I should have also mentioned if you fuck this up, I'm gonna be mad, and he did.
Jay's an idiot.
So Jay is the worst.
Mhm.
I learned that the operator is a really shitty villain because he really didn't do anything, and I think that's the most disappointing thing about Marble Hornets is that he really did nothing
Well,
except.
he ruined their lives and made it so that they couldn't function as normal human beings and stole people.
I don't know. We didn't really learn to what end. Well, I guess that's the scariest thing of all. I know Stephen King is like, oh, the unknown is the scariest, which I guess is true, but you know, well, he made that quote. Like, I can't. But
Yeah.
Alex was like a bigger villain than the operator,
Yeah.
so I think that was a little disappointing. But I guess it makes sense. I love the twist,
Mm-hmm.
but really, what I learned is that as always, college students make terrible horror movie protagonists because they just ruin everything. And we look at them and go, I know hindsight is a bitch, but really, man.
Off camera, I need to show you the trailer to Alex Rayleigh's Marble Hornets. It's hilarious.
Go into houses during the day. For anyone who's gonna go during the day. Alright, well, thank you guys so much for joining us for episode 8 of Drunk Fandom. We're really excited for episode 9. We're gonna learn about Homestuck. That's gonna be Key. He's gonna be explaining that to Deacon, so that's gonna be Key's gonna be our drunk explaining that to Deacon. That's gonna be super exciting. It's gonna be episode 9. And we can't wait.
Mhm.
And as always, stay salty. Which has become our catchphrase now. I don't actually recall if we've said that at the end of each Drunk Fandom, but I'm going with it. Stay salty, everyone.
I mean, it works. Margaritas.
Margaritas.
Bye.